Hello, sir. Hope all's well. Giving this a try. See you there. Welcome to jump in and chat if you'd like. Hey, Jacob. You're also, of course, welcome to join and talk. No, I'm not nervous that I'm machshel you. You don't have to be nervous about that. I guess that I'm responding as Jacob, so he's not here. That's me. No problem. I mean, I'm waiting for someone to join in here and talk if someone's interested, but generally speaking, I'm thinking right now about something GrimGriz mentioned in his conversation with Paul in Sevilla about this narrative space, this space that is being created online. It also relates to this little corner. Chezi, Spiro. Chezi. It's short for Ezekiel. You one less Z, Chezi. It sounds like Chezi, but it's Chezi. That's pretty close though. So also thinking a little this week on the weekly portion, Genesis 18, with Abraham and the angels, the Isaac and the sacrifice, and everything that happens in Sodom. So just have a few thoughts about that. Thinking through. It really is a fascinating chapter. I got you. You know, I don't know if you're here, Grim, but I was just thinking about you, about this narrative space you're talking about. I mean, you were mentioning that it was dangerous, but I don't know, something about Jonathan Peugeot's brother's book and the way he was talking about the Sabbath that just sort of connected to me, or more specifically, how he talks about this meta space that you need to be creating. And, you know, is this little corner sort of a tool of that sort of meta space, which allows us to like elevate certain ideas and play around with them. It also this connects to like sort of renewal and sort of what you were saying about also getting skin in the game. About, you know, in this space you could have a certain amount of renewal, but you have to do something with this. Now you were talking about this being estuary and people coming in and going to the actual meetings. But, you know, in this little corner, could you have a certain renewal process itself, which is sort of hashing out these ideas or rediscovering certain ideas here. Things of that nature. What's up, Lance? You're also welcome to join. I know Gavin. Grim tells us here the best is to cycle back through the resurrection. One way or another, or we'll lose what we found. Lance is driving to the airport to pick up his wife. Good luck with that. Safe travels. Grim lets us know. Plus, we need to help new players learn the game. That is true. We do. I guess that also sort of matters. If you walk in, and there's just something on this YouTube that they posted this video about Matthew Peugeot, having this conversation with someone that's trying to control renewal or throwing himself into exile, coming into this little corner with expectations, seeing this place as like a meta space. Did that make it more difficult? Like, do you need to sort of stumble your way into here and slowly sort of learn a language, or can this be like fast tracked, like what you're saying over here? Help new players learn the game. Is there a jargon that sort of needs to be taught, or is there something beautiful about learning it and having it sort of being embodied as you stumble through this little corner? So let's listen over here. Participation and voice chat is the fast track. All right. Anyways, I was approaching. Grim tells us, I'm interested in reaching out basically to Peugeot's symbolic army. Into video discussion, I understand they exist in blogger form. I know that Yosef also actually commented on that video and got an immediate response. There's these little videos, you have like 100 subscribers and you get like these quote unquote big names in this corner. And that's, if you're quick on the keyboard, that's probably when you're gonna get a good response. But yeah, I think in general both of them are just eager for a conversation. So I don't think that should be too difficult. There's a lot there in his book. I think it's very illuminating. I'm thinking about, like I was saying, this weekly chapter and specifically about Abraham and how really from the beginning of the chapter basically until the end, he's just in this long, prolonged state of revelation. And it's just interesting. And I think there's something about how he's acting throughout that whole chapter, which is allowing for that for him to be in that state. I've just been thinking about it. There's also something about him in the chapters earlier, like saving his brother, fighting the kings, and saving Saddam to just have it get destroyed again. And there's something about him sending and like having to fight, to discuss this with God and really challenge God about this. And then there's also, I don't know, I'm trying to think like a similarity with that and him sort of sending Hagar and Ishmael away and then dealing with what's required of them with Isaac. Sort of like a certain lesson that, if you're okay pushing one away, you're going to have to ultimately deal up with your own sacrifice, something like that. Yeah. Let's see. What would the translation for this be in English? Also, there's something about Abraham being told early that he's going to become, a great nation, and all the land will be blessed by him. And then there's the story of Saddam, and Abraham does obviously try to save them, but there's no request for them to be incorporated sort of into the greater vision of what he was promised earlier about him being a great nation and all the land sort of benefiting from that. So this is like interesting. It says in verse 13. Well, let's start with verse 22. The ancient went on from there to Sodom while Abram remained standing before God. Right? So like in this prolonged revelation, they go off to do their thing, and Abraham is still sort of like awkwardly standing there during this revelation while God is sort of telling these agents, the messengers, these angels, go and destroy. He's still standing there. And then he walks up, and like you have to think how sort of nuts this is for Abraham to feel comfortable enough to do this to God. Came forward and said, "Will you sweep away the innocent along with the guilty?" Also, it's in context with his brother, his nephew Lot being there. But it's also, he's like looking at God. And this is sort of, again, relates to like what his relationship, or what we have to imagine the relationship was with God, because in a certain extent, I want to say it's a more embodied relationship with God, which at some level makes it in a certain way more authentic. I think, let's say a few generations down, Moses' interpretation or understanding of God is in a certain way deeper intellectually. I mean, I don't want to say it's less embodied, but just it includes Abraham's interpretation, but it's sort of more removed from that. But Abraham feels comfortable enough, and ultimately speaking, so does Moses while he's by the burning bush. But both of them are sort of challenging God, like how are you doing this? It's so contradictory to the nature that we are understanding you. So it's really just a fascinating chapter. But again, to say that, like, will you sweep away innocent along with the guilty is just like a question that I guess we're always asking, but he's just obviously challenging. I mean, ultimately, God in the end says, if there was 10, I won't. But it's a very big question that he asks him over here. But again, it's a question more about like the innocent, and not, I'm wondering if it would have been different if Abraham asked, if maybe the request was, Abraham, can you see them being incorporated into your story already? Or do you feel like it has to be through Isaac? And that's why, in a certain way, sort of like Ishmael and Hagar, they're pushed away. And Saddam's also, he's asking them, but he's not necessarily, he had maybe an opportunity to save them. I don't know if any of that makes sense. Just talking out loud, guys. Shari's mentioning over here that Moses being influenced by Hebrew and Egyptian backgrounds. He's an explosive individual. There is a fascinating commentary that says that Moses' staff was planted where it originates, sort of like a King Arthur story. The staff was in Jethro's garden, and Jethro told the tale goes that anyone that could remove the staff would be able to marry Jethro's daughter. And comes Moses and removes the staff, and on the staff was written was God's name was written on it in a different combination. But the attitude was to show what they're trying to show in this commentary is that that the rest of the world or other religious figures were aware of God in a certain sense, and perhaps the name and what that has to do with sort of the sequence of the letters wasn't fully complete, but Moses was already aware of some of that. Hence, also when he meets God at the burning bush, God refers himself to the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. This is something I was discussing with Paul, which is he's stressing the fact that at all these different levels and to all these different individuals, I revealed myself, but they had different levels of interpretation. And it's mentioned that to Abraham, he identifies as El Shaddai, but that's potentially like a lower level of understanding than Moses has. But Moses is sort of aware that God is making Moses aware that I've revealed myself in different ways, and people have interpreted me differently, but it's ultimately the same. It's the same God. I guess in a certain way, what we're seeing with sort of the emergence of the these social media platforms and sort of the internet is, there's a lot of these feedback loops, but also from some of Jonathan Haidt's work, you see that there's an increase in anxiety and suicide rates or suicide attempt rates, just because how we weren't anticipating how people were going to use social media, right? So we didn't know that, if from what I understand, from what Jonathan Haidt says, that women on average are using social media far more with regards to character defamation, sort of behind their backs, and this is being amplified. Conversations, in that same token, conversations about God or about the topics we discuss here, how is that being amplified, and what does that do in a space like this? I mean, I mentioned this a little with PVK about this sort of being, in a certain sense, like a live Talmud, where these ideas and different concepts and just chatting is sort of like a spice to that, because this so it doesn't really have a specific topic, but this gets sort of added into the conversation. So whether it's like sayings, culture, memes, but about this topic, in a certain sense, this was sort of the allure about the Babylon Bee, like sort of satiric but Christian. So I don't know what to make of those spaces. Like, are these spaces that you could have renewal? Are these sacred spaces, or are these spaces that you could be like they're prone to corruption, but maybe that's obvious? But are there good vessels? Are they good technologies? Something that Jonathan Pajot said about the descendants of Cain building tools and weapons, and like how there's a certain word used, and it's only used one other time later on with Bezalel when he's building the tabernacle. And there's times where technology could be used properly, and there's times where it could be used improperly. So I don't know, there's something about the way in that conversation Grim said that, he sounds like worried in a certain extent. So I don't know. There's something about it that could be potentially problematic. I don't know. I want to say my knee-jerk reaction is to sort of say that in a space like this, you're potentially talking about like higher levels of abstraction, which potentially gets you to certain like a higher level of truth. But maybe it's just a feedback loop. Shari says the Talmud is distributed cognition, as is the internet. Is it good? Every blessing is a curse, and vice versa. That is true. That can be true. I mean, in Judaism, there is in the temple they used to play the horn, the ram's horn, which is supposed to be like a natural version of music because it's coming, let's say, it's very natural to a trumpet, which is more of a technological advancement, and at post destruction, that they ceased to use those trumpets because the attitude was that only during the temple was there the proper equilibrium between the technology and the divine spirit that was around, which allowed one to use it properly, to make those proper sounds. So also, like, is this little corner of the internet, can this be made into a holy or proper trumpet? Or is it too soon and it should still be held as sort of a ram's horn? There's also a little, I mean, as I was sitting in synagogue today, I was flipping through, and I was also thinking about this interesting, potentially psychological insight that the Bible is giving us with regards to Ishmael. So you guys could see if you guys are with me. After the unfortunate events of Abraham sending Hagar and her son out to the desert with some water. So just to be fair, presumably Abraham's attitude was, I'm giving you water or enough water, and the next town is X clicks that way. And I don't think he thought he was sending her to her death. And we'll assume that, she wandered off or got a little lost. But I think for someone that just fought the way he did for Sodom, I think he probably just sent her out, which is its own issue, but with enough or seemingly enough water. But apparently she didn't have enough. And when the water was gone from the skin, she had this little skin there. She left the child under one of the bushes. It's the first time I'm reading this in English, so we'll see if this makes sense. Now, so this is where it gets interesting. Let's see how this translates in English. First, it says, "V'tilech v'teshev la meneged herchek kemetavchei kashet, ki amra el ere b'mot hayeled v'teshev meneged v'tisa et kola b'tavech," and went and sat down at a distance, a bow shot away. Okay, this is good. A bow shot away. For she thought, let me not look on as the child dies, and sitting thus afar, she burst into tears. Okay, so she goes afar, and the Bible, the Torah mentions over here the distance of a bow shot. Okay. Then God hears the child call. He goes back to her, says, "Go, come, lift up the boy, hold him. He's all right." He opens up her eyes. She sees he's okay. So now this is what gets interesting. So it all works out. We have a Hollywood ending over here. So now here in verse 20, God was with the boy, and he grew up. He dwelt in the wilderness and became skilled with a bow. Okay, so this is like in a few lines they mention the same word. He becomes like a bow shot and a bow. Now you can imagine, and we said the mom went away to cry, and it said that she went. How far did she go away? The mother went away over here. One second, I'm sorry. Right, she said, right, no, exactly, a bow shot away. So I guess what I was thinking about is, does Yishmael wake up? And the Torah tells us that it was so traumatic for him that you could imagine him crying out to his mother, crying out, no one's hearing him. God hears him, but no one else hears him. And he grows up to be, he says, I had this traumatic experience when something was out of my reach. Nothing will ever be out of my reach again. And he becomes this bow hunter. And that's why earlier it stresses that that's how far she aware was. The only way you'd be able to get her would be a bow distance. So that's what he comes back to grow up as someone who's skilled in a bow, who will always be able to reach his target. Let me know what you guys think about that. If that makes sense. Do they talk about that? Let's see. Okay. Okay. No, this commentary is the classics. Nachmanides. No, interesting. Nathaniel, I find it interesting. Do we run straight away to parallels of other hunters in the Hebrew Bible? I mean, we could look around, but I guess specifically it's within like 3 verses. And it's so traumatic. And like she leaves and cries, and God hears his voice. So clearly the child's calling out. Bow. I don't know if I would look at it as a bow hunter like that. I just think in this specific story, it's showing you it's the Bible is also stressing like his profession due to this experience. Evil affecting him? Would trauma be similar to evil? What do you mean by evil affecting him? It's actually sad that there's a rabbi named Rabbi Yishmael in the Talmud, but that name was really, sort of not used anymore due to political reasons. I don't mean contemporary political reasons, but yeah, I always wanted to sort of resuscitate that name in a certain sense within the Jewish tradition. Does the Lord redeem Ishmael? Of course. Not only that, he gets promised that he'll be a great nation, as he is. I mean, there's a split between sort of post Isaac's mission and Ishmael's mission, but I guess at Ishmael's level, uh, as far as making sure the world knows in one God, I would say Islam has been extremely successful in that. I mean, the all these characters that are quote unquote on the periphery are really many times play a leading role. Just even in this segment, in this chapter 18, we have the very difficult story of Lot and his daughters thinking that the world is destroyed and this is the only way they could I'm blanking on the word, procreate. And they yet from Moab, we end up having King David. So all these stories make their way back into the main story. I mean, and David sings in Psalms that my mother and father left me. I mean, there was a time that they weren't even looking at his lineage was problematic, but yet he's the king, he's the redeemer. So, yeah. There's also a lot of parallels between Noah and Lot. Noah needing God to intervene in redemption and like saving him, taking him out of the destruction, and Lot needing these messengers to come and take him out of this destruction. And both Noah and Lot have to deal with, Noah and his sons with some sort of incest, and Lot deals with some sort of incest. So also interesting how patterns repeat themselves. Why was I stumbling on the word procreate? I don't know. I guess it's the time of day. It actually wasn't such a long Sabbath, but it was a long Sabbath. A lot of time at the park with the kids. Shari says, as Matthew Pajot says in his video, all the stories are imperfect stories. Yeah, there's something so great about that video. He's just like so chill with his little beanie on. I don't know. There's something interesting about the way he articulates himself. Time with the kids, yes, time with the kids, super important, and also rejuvenating, and definitely gives a sense of meaning. Just seeing all that potential. Yeah, I mean, it also gives a sense of meaning. I mean, in this corner of the internet, one wants to build, ideally, a better future for them, one where hopefully they have a even better foundation and understanding of religion and how to live a moral life. It's also interesting in this chapter where Abraham keeps on asking, and like every few verses, let's just go to these translations over here. Yeah, so, and he said, "Let not my Lord be angry if I go on." Like, and he mentions it again a verse after. So, like, you could just see, just even, just the form of how this is written, how the conversation is so embodied, how he, there's like this sense of, I'm going to go on, but I don't want to anger you. So much respect, but yet so much courage. Sorry, I'm looking at this bow thing. I want to see if there's any reference to this. Matthias spoke about humility and arrogance and pride not always being a sin. I mean, you could be aware of the vessel you're in, but not, and be sort of a holy version of pride. But one has to conduct himself sort of in the best possible way while being aware of what he is, but not taking advantage of that. Like a very impressive individual should be able to empower other people to feel impressive around him and not necessarily belittle them, or at the very least, not belittle them. When Moses comes down and he has to cover his face, it's not I think it's still because it shined. So I'm saying it's not because, it's sort of illuminating out of him. Granted, they can't handle them. They ask him to be covered, but it's coming from them, not because it's necessarily he was asking for that attention, more so that they recognize how pure it is. The link to what? See, people here are looking for a link to the Matthew Peugeot video.
My name is Jonathan Peugeot, and
There's no link to join. One moment. Copy. There should be a link to join right now. Bam, bam. Sorry about that. My bad. I think this is the only link that I know of to send. Truth be told, I gotta bounce in like half an hour, but until then. Hello, Chad.
How are you?
Hey, Chad.
How are you?
Thank God, Chad. How are you?
Good.
So I'm actually thinking about you too, with regards to, I was mentioning earlier on the stream over here, sort of improper use of technology with regards to GrimGriz talking about this little corner being sort of like this narrative space, and I was playing around with it being, comparing it a little to the Sabbath being sort of like this renewal space. But either way, you were mentioning like the Tower of Babel, I believe, on either it was like on Vox or somewhere. And it was also making me think about the dangers of a corner like this sort of turning into like a Tower of Babel in a certain sense, where you have terms, jargon, and terminology that maybe people seem to be very sure about, and which were one of the issues in Babel. People really, they said like, I know what it is in Hebrew. I'm trying to think what it is in English, but they were really talking about that like brick was brick and mortar was mortar, and the land was one language and one thing. So it would be interested to see exactly how you guys see that in English. I'm just opening up right now. But either way, my point is saying that if people get sort of bogged down in terminology over here, it might end up turning into sort of another Tower of Babel where people aren't oriented properly and it's a wash. However, if people will allow themselves to have more flexibility you could potentially build a more solid structure, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Well, I think. Well, I don't think a lot. I mean, I think a lot. I just don't know how accurate my thoughts are. But just in listening to you share that, the first thing that came to mind was the benefit of postmodernity or postmodernism, and how we're kind of swimming in a postmodern world, and so it kind of it might protect us from sinking in our rigid thinking. And I think like this space in particular, especially, God, I really love what this just chatting thing. I just made a video today talking about the innovation. I used a lot of clips from over the years as it relates to this corner, and I love watching how it's expanded, and like you have these different things that have happened, and somebody I got the idea from last night. I was listening to the Just Chatting stream, and they were talking about how there was some cathedral hundreds of years ago that was repaired, and they don't know how they did it, and they don't know how they discovered the problem. And so these guys were talking about how people solved that problem, and what came to mind was something that Paul had mentioned about Jacob's newest tool here with the Just Chat, and he called it an innovation, and which brought to mind the Matt Ridley book that I read called How Innovation Works. And it's interesting. So I think, I don't know, I'm kind of all over the place. Obviously, this is how I think. But I think I don't see us. It's not in this little corner's DNA to be so rigid. And so therefore I think we're protected by this the postmodernism that's in our DNA in this little corner. I think it's essentially a postmodern space, but using postmodern tools rightly. And
that's actually quite deep, not surprisingly so, Chad, which you always have very deep insights. That in Chassidut or in Kabbalah, there's something called nitzotzot, these sparks, or lahalot nitzotzot, to rise the sparks. So one should be able to find the tools or the sparks or the goodness or the divine with all things and try to raise them up. So even in postmodernism, specifically, from Jordan Peterson's camp about really railing against that, there is something about postmodernism that does allow you a certain amount of flexibility, a certain amount of abstraction that could be wielded as a tool. However, those are at times very treacherous oceans, and people could drown in them so it could be very difficult. Just with regards to something I was saying earlier about the Tower of Babel. So in chapter 11, the first verse, it says, everyone on earth had the same language and the same words. They go down to the valley, which is just usually like, a point of evolution. And they said to themselves, and they said to one another, come, let us make bricks and burn them hard. Bricks serve them as stone, and bitumen serve them as mortar. So I think it also shows like this very concrete thinking, right? Like brick is for stone, and there's no other use for brick. And you could sort of see like this very rigid thinking where they realize, okay, we've got to some level of understanding, and I guess that's what it is. So for all intents and purposes, we understand the world, so we could build a building and we could basically reach God or attack God. And I think if that's the kind of structure we're going to try to build over here, then it's going to fall. But if you have a structure where I could look at a brick from one perspective and you could look at a brick from another perspective and come to a useful understanding, but still a different interpretation, I think that's more useful.
Right. Well, Peterson, right from the get-go, I think it may be in one of his biblical lectures, he talked about postmodernism, and he said, and I used the tool of postmodernism to talk about this topic. So he right from the beginning, he said he's using postmodern tools. And then when I think about the Tower of Babel, I think about those people making this tower. The only way that one could build a tower like that would it be if you actually had a blueprint and an actual an estical what's that like a telos in mind. You have like an end picture in mind of how it needs to look. And that'd be the way that you could build something like that. Whereas we don't have that. And this is what I think is so interesting is we've been racking our brains over the last few years with that question on the tip of our tongue. And thankfully, we haven't been able to answer it. And this is what's so wonderful about it. I think it's also interesting, like, so over the summer, we had Vander Clay had went on vacation, and he went out on his journey to go talk with those people. And then there was like this lull of things to pay attention to. And then right around that time, Joey had left as well, which was all these different kinds of problems started to creep up. And now we're trying to deal with these problems within this little community, more specifically on the Bridges of Meaning Discord server. And some things happened. And then but eventually Jacob felt that it was appropriate for him to leave. And what I find very interesting is he leaves, but he didn't leave in a sense. And after that, he brings the rest of, I think, what is the most essential, most essence of the Discord server. He brought it right to his channel and said, "Now you guys could do this," which I think is so very good and interesting. And this isn't the telos either, right? This is what we know. I mean, if we look at the patterns about all this stuff, I made this video this morning, like I said, where it's talking about the innovation and showing the kind of some of the progressions and some of the things that have happened over the last few years. And these aren't bricks. These aren't mortar. See, I called it putting skin in the game. And the thing about skin is skin lives and dies and it grows, right? And all those different things. So it's not brick or mortar. So when we're putting skin in the game, we're allowing this thing to grow, and we're not like making this isn't a rigid thing. Although, I mean, there's a temptation there to make it rigid, especially if you're ideological like myself, where like I have these ideas where we can help people, and you get an idiot like me wielding around the tool of helping people.
Well, I wouldn't self denigrate, and like,
well,
you could arguably say that Jacob was saying, like, I want to do more, and he jokes around about having a 24-hour show, but here we are. You're not Jacob. I'm not Jacob.
right.
I'm in Israel right now. We're having this conversation. So first of all, these ideas do manifest, and secondly, I also agree with what you're saying about also, the term you just used right now, skin in the game. Sevilla also stressed that point when Grim mentioned that, also having skin in the game about coming to Hunter Bay. Now he quantified it at $50,000, right? If someone offered him $50,000, would he take that, or would he still come to Thunder Bay? But even when I hear Paul talk about like what's next or what they're arranging, it's sort of, again, it sort of has to happen in a certain way naturally. This is something earlier we were talking about, that Matthew was talking about. Can you control? And again, the reason I'm calling this renewal is because I think like these just chatting conversations for the people watching them, and like, and maybe not this one. I'm not taking any credit for this one, but general, this little corner is a space, like this meta space, where people could join in and be renewed and come out with sometimes more questions, sometimes some answers. But either way, there's a sense of a certain progression. And I don't know if, again, like clearly someone had to plan Thunder Bay, but I don't know if sort of people saying like we need another event is how you go about it. It sort of again has to be like no one was telling Jacob make a channel. It happened, and then it sort of has a life of its own. So I don't know if it works on like Paul telling someone like we need another event. I think it sort of needs to happen ground up, and when it manifests itself again, then it manifests. Now you clearly it could. You don't want to have just chaos, right? You don't want to have like the flood coming in. It requires some structure. And once the people involved come in, they could play around with that. But then you could have that space, which has like this sort of flooded in request, natural request by us of, this flowing of this conversation, which gets to a point where like you could look at Thunder Bay being like, well, you know what? We just need to get John Vervaeke, Paul Vanderklay, and Jonathan Peugeot in a room. Because like we're done with like these conversations where like they tell us, we talk them. So like now we trap them all together in this conversation so we could like look at this a little more, and then you have to sort of set it free. So the question is like, what is the next point that this little corner is going to push towards? Is it like another thing like that? Is it multiple things like this? Is it a combination of both? But it sort of has to happen naturally, I guess.
Yeah. Well, Matthew Peugeot talked about the rumination, and I don't know if you picked up on that on his in that video that he just put out. He talked about ruminating, and that was so powerful. And I think in a lot of ways it was a great description of what this whole thing is. Like this active respect for people's traditions and ideas and beliefs, yet like this other meditation, rumination, pushback on growing thing. So there's that, and then there's the thing about Thunder Bay, and this is a perfect model for how this all works. Thunder Bay was planned to take flight in March, I believe, or September of 2020. And Paul Vanderklay and Job and John Van Donk were on a trip in March of 2020 to do like a tour, which was all going to lead up to Thunder Bay in September of 2020, where John Vervaeke, Jonathan Peugeot, Paul Vanderklay, and another person were going to meet. But what happened was, we all know what happened. The world happened, and it crumbled those plans, right? But so it kind of worked in a way, just like Peterson being sick and him being away worked in a way for everybody to kind of be kind of nudged in a place where they felt they needed to contribute something, because there's something powerful there, though we don't know what that is exactly, but there's something. So you can have plans, and then life happens, and they either emerge or crumble, or then crumble, then reemerge into something better. And this is the way it's all been playing out. I don't think that my experience in a community like Alcoholics Anonymous, where you have all these different groups all around the country and all around the world, and what happens is somebody says, hey, we should have a conference, and nobody's telling them that they need to have a conference. They just feel like they want to contribute something, and this is exciting. We can get our families here. We can talk about these topics. We can listen to speakers. We can have barbecues. We can do all this stuff. So they put a committee together of very layman people who don't have a lot of experience, who don't have a lot of money, who don't have a lot of really strong ideas, but they throw all their eggs in a basket and work together. And then next thing you know, next summer, there's a 3-day conference with 1,000 people there, and camping and barbecuers and speakers for 3 days, and altathons and all this stuff. And that's what happened here with the Thunder Bay thing. This is also what happened with the Chicago event. This is what happened with the German festival. And this type of thing will continue to happen, and it doesn't need to be told that people to do it. And what'll happen is if this is working right, and we're doing what we do best, which is having good conversations, wrestling a little, discovering new things, having fun about it, using our humor, but also taking it serious to a degree. It sparks us on the inside, and we're like, we want to do something, and then so people will do it, and and that's a very it's a very natural thing, and there's nothing that you're going to do to stop it, just like I don't think there's anything that you're going to do from a top-down position to bring it about either. It's just not going to work. So what's the future? I think the future is, who the hell knows, but right now the present with the just chatting stuff is great, and we'll see what happens.
I would say that I would be interested, and again I'm going back to something that Grizz was talking about this narrative space, which is we're sort of playing with this new, this new technology over here, this new magic over here. Jonathan Peugeot was talking to this, I'm not sure what he is, actually. I'm not remembering. His name is Bernardo, one of John Vervaeke's acquaintances. Yep. And they were talking about, like, Bernardo was sort of saying, I understand that in a company, there is this emergent consciousness that exists in a company, which is, like, again, different than a human consciousness, but like is this thing.
A spirit.
And is a spirit, exactly. And then Jonathan went down, like, in theory, even when two people interact, there is a spirit.
Yeah.
Now, in the Talmud, there's a discussion that even it starts with 10, but it goes all the way down to 2. That even between two people, you have the Shekhinah is present. God is present between those two people, and that relates also to Martin Buber's work of I Thou, sort of the relationship that you find between two people, which also there's remnants to that in Love Thy Neighbor as Yourself, like seeing yourself in the other. And I guess also, can that presence, for example, be recreated even in a zone like this? You know what I mean? Like, even in this kind of conversation, or is this space, does this filter, you know what I mean? Does this filter sort of, are we playing, quote unquote, with something new over here, with something more novel? And that's what I was saying about this feedback loop. Like, can you take something pure of the conversation between two people, the I Thou, which then creates like this sort of spirit, but then magnified on the computer or on Zoom or on this kind of technology? What does that look like? How does that feel? How does that move across? And I guess that's sort of what we're playing with over here. Which, again, to see, like, can we create sort of I don't want to use the word sacred space, and you don't want to use safe space, because there's obviously a lot of political baggage to that, like a safe space. But again, a space where at least I report about myself. I feel very renewed when I come out of these places, and I don't feel sort of I'm lost and now I'm found, but I definitely feel like I am walking sort of in familiar waters, and there's a sense of adventure, but also of sort of excitement to it. So I would say that I think it is succeeding, but one would have to see how you do that.
Yeah, I don't that. I
Father
don't,
Eric.
what's up, buddy?
Hello, hello.
Hey,
I'm
hey.
going to report I didn't get deer over the past 3 days.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I didn't get a deer. I was out hunting.
Oh,
You
deer.
didn't get a deer. Oh, wow, what an experience.
but did you
Yeah.
get here?
Did I get a beer?
Yeah,
Yeah, a couple.
nice.
Who'd you go with, Father Eric?
A friend of mine, he's about my dad's age, also friends with my dad. His name's Brian. He's got property kind of south, mostly west of Fargo. He's got a little deer blind, a little heater. It was a good time.
How many hours? Like, how long were the stretches out?
So I took some serious time off. So we left Thursday early in the morning, and I didn't get back until Saturday this morning. So we spent overnight in his deer blind.
Oh, wow.
So I would assume, maybe I'm wrong, that you just had like these 3 days of uninterrupted contemplation time.
Not when you're hunting with other people.
I see. Okay, but aren't you supposed to be like very quiet? Like, isn't there like not a lot of talking?
Sure. Well, when we got the windows closed and you keep your voices down, then the deer won't be able to hear you. But when you open the windows to poke your gun out, yeah.
This is what we call in Wisconsin deer camp. They probably call it that over there in Fargo too.
Do you see us ever, and by us I mean the human species, ever moving past that, like the need to consume meat? I'm
Not really.
It's just something I'm thinking about. That's it.
Well, if Santa Claus Schwab has his way, yeah.
I don't know. There's something. Anytime I hear Joe Rogan talk about hunting, there's something so beautiful the way he describes it being like sort of like this beautiful process. So like, there's always something about like you're like that's the only way you'd want to like sort of consume meat is like via like this natural process. I don't know. There's something about like the industry today that definitely makes you wonder. Like, I don't know if this is the way we're supposed to be doing it.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, like the first time I ever saw somebody gut a deer, it was like, and then the first time I actually got to debone one, where I'm taking all the meat off the bones, it's
Right.
like, this is what life is made out of. And I'm kind of breaking it down into its parts again, basically. And so I think that's something that everybody should experience, at least, even if you're not the one cutting, like watching somebody butcher an animal, basically. So what it takes. And yeah. So anyway, that's what I think.
So that was your experience. But during some of that time, did what was going through your mind, or was it just very focused on getting this deer?
Like when I was sitting out in the stand?
When you're sitting on the stand, you're out there in Mother Nature.
Yeah. It's mostly just keeping an eye on things and wondering where the deer are. But it was bloody cold here all of a sudden.
Yeah.
So I'm sure you're getting the same thing too, Chad.
Yeah.
So
it's like 60, 65 degrees for like 2 weeks, 65, 70, just real nice. And then yesterday it just had this cold snap, and we actually just had a little bit of snow flurry. It's snowing right now. Yeah, it's very strange.
I'm ready for the winter here in the Middle East. It's been a very long summer, and I mean I'm not a fan of the rain, but it's about time. I need a new season. I just think in general Israel needs to it's a wake up call. They need some change. Wardrobe. I'm wearing this turtleneck. It's more to symbolize to the people around me that it's time. I was uncomfortable, but someone has to do it. So, in the park, people have shorts on. I'm like, no. This is the thing. Winter's here. I was going to say, Father, that I'm jumping to a second, and we don't have to dwell on this too long, but I also, from going back and looking at this, the Just Chatting videos, I appreciate all, the way you and Jacob converse also. I think and I've already sang Jacob's praises many times, but I think it also requires a lot from you to be able to have that kind of conversation and contain that kind of conversation. And I just think it's done with grace. And I think it's all around. It's a beautiful sample of how interactions should be happening. And arguably, like, these conversations are about topics that sometimes are more important than the political topics and divides that we have out there in the world. Yet those conversations are had at volumes that are much higher. So I think there's a lot to be learned from that. And if at any point, these conversations get intense, I think I thank you for keeping your cool if any times that's happening, because I just think it's really needed. And for me as a viewer, seeing that allows me to engage more comfortably, because it does let you really know that it's a good faith sort of place where this could be happening.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I do try and keep my cool and roll with things. Jacob's always been very gracious with me, although he's not afraid to let me know when he thinks I'm wrong. We're able to, and we've had enough back and forth now where it's pretty good. Yeah. So that's what we're going for.
I think a big difference between the contemporary conversation and this kind of little corner conversation is it seems like the contemporary conversation is very, very hyper focused on sounding like they're interested in solutions to some problems that they're noticing. All sides, right? Solutions here, solutions there, right? Solutions, but nobody wants, and we're not necessarily in the solutions space as much as we're in the just the practice of conversation and decorum. I think there's that. So we're actually living a solution, whereas we're not looking at any future solution. And I think that's a huge thing. And when you were asking before about do you think we could recreate some of this stuff? I don't think there's not a conscious creation happening. There's it's like a big stew where somebody brings the deer meat, and then somebody brings I don't know, the broth, and somebody else brings this, and we're just this strange stew that seems to taste pretty good most of the time. Once in a while we want to spit something out. Hey Mark, how's it going? And but that to me seems to be what the huge difference is. I think intrinsically we get the sense that there is not going to be any one solution to whatever perceived problem it is that there is here. It just seems like such a waste of time in some sense.
It's like the only reason that this thing is working is because we're holding on loosely, but not letting go. Because if you cling too tightly, you will lose control.
I feel the words that guide me in this conversation, I always go back to them, are the words in I don't know how you guys say this in English. Sfania. It's one of the books, but the passage goes, "Ke'az ha'afoch elamim safa brura likro kulam b'shem Adonai le'avdo shechem echad." For then I will make the people pure of speech, so they will all invoke the Lord's name. They'll all invoke the Lord by name and serve him with one accord. And I guess the key word over there is pure speech, which I think this corner is sort of, that's where this pure speech, I feel, or again, I don't want to title this as a solution. I just know that I am part of a religion that says it has the pure speech, and I study these books and I learn these books to find pure speech. However, whether it be from John Vervaeke or Jordan Peterson or Jonathan Peugeot or in this conversation, I get to use my pure speech, or what I call pure speech, and throw it into this machine, and then have this conversation come out with what seems to be pure speech each time. And I don't know, it's not like really I say like, oh, today I have a better understanding. But even like Mark was having a conversation with Jacob about, or I think you were saying that you don't believe that any Neoplatonists exist or something like that. Okay, right. But there's something about, I feel like every time they say that, you're like, I understand what this and this and this means, but I don't still agree with him about that topic. But there's something about it being sort of refined each time. Mm-hmm. So that is sort of where I see this sort of heading. And again, I personally see this in again, sort of a revelatory biblical sort of context where like this conversation, and I don't feel so strange saying that because many of the people over here are faith driven, but that just sort of seems like to be the conversation. Sorry, go ahead.
No, when you said that, the pure speech thing, and what it made me think of is like a river, and a river's water to me seems like it'd be a lot more pure than say like a little watering hole or a pond. I think of there's a story that my sponsor would tell me. He talks about there's a parable of the Dead Sea, right? Like the reason why the Dead Sea is it only has an inlet and there's no outlet, so everything just comes in and it sits there and it dies. And like if you look at like Lake Tahoe, which might be like the most clean water on the lake on the planet, you can see all the way down to the bottom. There's many inlets and many outlets, and so I was thinking of this pure speech of we're all contributing to this, whatever this river is, and that keeps it kind of pure. And it doesn't what's the word? Get stale and just sit there and be like just an echo chamber. There's many different.
Shari writes over here, can you define pure speech, Chezi, not for the sake of precision, but more for the sake of insight? To answer that, I want to dovetail on what you were saying, Chad, and also going back to what I was saying about the Tower of Babel. Pure speech in Hebrew, when it says brura, means clear speech. And I think clear doesn't necessarily mean defined with one word or one explanation. It just needs to be a clear understanding. And in the Tower of Babel, like we were saying, there was one land. It was the land was sort of with one word. And, the stone was brick. It was very specific, very defined, very rigid. And that doesn't mean it was pure and clear. It just means it was almost like a simplistic understanding. And that was a faulty tower that didn't work out. But to work together with one accord when it's clear, that doesn't necessarily mean that you and I are not using different words, but their interpretation and orientation could be the same. So I don't know if that makes more sense, Shari, but that would be an attempt of explaining what that means.
Well, I like what Chad was talking about earlier, where this idea of, there's one sort of corner working on the ideas, right? Working on the solutions, right? And that's very propositional, right? So love Jordan Peterson, but very propositional guy, right? Doesn't want to leads anyway, because it's unavoidable. That discussion with somebody earlier today on Clubhouse. Leads anyway, right? Just by virtue of what he's done, right? But doesn't really take up the responsibility for leadership, which actually I think is a big deal. But then you've got this other side. So we'll just call that the scientific side, right? Well, they're pointing the way and trying to come up with language and whatnot to help, right? And they're out in front, kind of, but they're also in a neutral position, or trying to obtain a neutral position, which is sort of what science does, right? It tries to say, okay, it's an objective material reality. We're going to stand there and judge the world. Fair enough. Like maybe you have to do something like that or try something like that. But then we're down here. We're participating, right, with the material, with their ideas and pushing back on some of them, right? And why is Jordan Peterson doing this? And why is John Vervaeke making up new words? And, on and on and on. Why isn't Jonathan Peugeot more in the fray, right? And you find out Jonathan Peugeot knows way more about what's going on than you thought, right? He's like, oh, he knows all this language. He knows all these people. He understands all this stuff. Oh, yeah, he's just sitting back biding his time, right? So we are in the machine. We are the machine of refinement. To some extent, I mean, we're not the only machines of refinement for this work, but we're refining it by living it out, right? And so that sort of demonstrates the difference between this propositional knowledge that they're dealing with up there and the participatory knowledge that we're dealing with down here.
They were having a conversation and just chatting, I think, yesterday. I'm not sure exactly who it was, but they were talking about construction, and I guess coming from my field little, both because I see it as an architect and as a project manager, that there's the theory, there's what I draw on these plans, and then there's on site, and the foreman's like, I get it, and I get it that it works, but like on the ground, this is how it manifests itself. Okay, so, and I mean, it's almost true across the board. Granted, like, there is, you could get a certain amount of control, but there's something about that which is like you have to ultimately come down to the ground and then see how this actually gets manifested, like on the ground.
Yeah, because like I tried getting this comment to you before, but I'm going to do this now because this is important. Here's what happens when you get two entities that aren't in the field, but trying to, they have their own little ideas about how things need to be. Maybe they like their building design and they're really interested in that. Then you have another person over here who has a product that they really, really, really want to sell. And so then they work together, right? And this is how this is played out in my world, so I do tile. And somebody has introduced a product called urethane grout. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but it's supposedly a superior product because it doesn't fade in color. It's man-made. It's got these chemicals. It costs a lot more, and it's trash, right? And you could tell that nobody has ever worked with this product who's selling it and or putting it in their building. So you have the architects who call for this product to be put into their building. And then you have the salesperson of this stupid product who's trying to sell it because for whatever reason they think it's more superior. And what happens is now the worker has to deal with this garbage, and he has to deal with the pangs of old tradition, like his project manager saying, why aren't you getting this done faster? Why isn't this looking good? And it's like, well, you just gave me a product that just stepped onto the market, which is sold as superior, but is far inferior, trash, that's costing about 4 times as long to make, to use. It doesn't hold up as long. When before we could have just used a simple product like sanded grout, which has been around for thousands of years. And if you go into old mosaics from thousands of years ago, the sanded grout still exists there. So I don't know what, I might have derailed the conversation, but really this is important because you have these people who aren't involved at the ground level of getting their hands dirty and getting the skin in the game, but they have these ideas about how things need to happen. And it's a mess.
Yeah, that's the disconnection of the participation, right? But we're very much participating. And I haven't finished it yet, but I started watching the video with Vanderklay and GrimGriz and Sevilla. And I didn't finish it, so I want to be fair. But it sounded like none of them understand why they're in this, what this corner is and why they're there. But I think it's more like something like Chad's talking about. Like, we're implementing these ideas. Like, we're working through this on the ground, right? Because Vervaeke's not, right? Jordan's not. Jonathan Peugeot is probably working it more on the ground, right? Because he's got the website and the community and all that. But there's no community really around, and there's nothing to be around. I mean, this goes back to Neoplatonism. I don't think there's a thing to be around in Neoplatonism. There's nothing. The only thing you could be around is Plato and Aristotle, roughly speaking, with some additions from Plotinus. But see, that actually matters, right? And so part of our struggle is that back and forth. And, that's where the rubber meets the road, right? We're jumping the Izot gap, right? Things, ought to be a certain way. And when you try to implement them, what do they actually look like? What's the isness actually look like? How messy is it?
I would say that Paul, though, and Jonathan, and even Jordan to a certain extent, but no longer, like Paul is, he has the Eddie, he has the Eddie and Paul show, right? You know what I mean? And he's living in Livingstone. So like, I think in a certain sense, while we interact him as Paul, 25 subscribers, top of the hierarchy, sort of in this little corner. There's also, he wakes up in the morning. There's the guy outside that's like kicking his trash. So like, there's definitely a sense of like, he's still living this embodied version and playing with this on the ground. And Jonathan, like, I mean, I know he says he's an icon carver. I've never seen any of these carvings, but I'm just saying like,
I've seen them. They're real.
I'm saying he's like carving, right? He's in it. He just did this comic. His brother is popping out in the middle of the wilderness with a beanie on his head, spewing wisdom. You know what I mean? Like they're in it. Jordan had years of, his clinical practice. Now he's removed, right? So I'm saying, but he was in touch on the ground, and which he came, and that's what gave so much power to his ideas and to his speech. Was like, listen, this is what like the data shows because I spoke to like 700 of these women, and like that's what they're showing me, right? So so he clearly was embodied as well. I agree that what you're saying about Sevilla and Paul, Grizz is in his cryptic way sort of telling them that like, in this space, in this like hive mind that we're building, but it's sort of like if you give them a title, that's the problem. Like then it becomes very delicate, right? Like I don't think Paul could be Paul if he's titled.
No, but that's part of the sacrifice I was talking about on the stream yesterday. Like there is a sacrifice in becoming a leader, and part of that sacrifice is you are removing yourself from the day to day. And that's, look, there's a problem there for sure. But on the other hand, if you don't have a leader, you're not going to manifest something that's going to last, right? Because leadership is important.
We see that with Jethro and Moses, right? So Jethro tells him, like, listen, Moses, the Israelites are coming in and day out, and you're giving them the answer because, like, you're the big guy, you're the big dude, you're Moses. But this system that you're trying to build called, let's say, this practice you're trying to do called Judaism, it's not going to work if you're the one guy necessarily do. Like you could be leader, but you can't necessarily be leader. And I guess like Grim is saying, Paul can't be looking at all the videos, right? If he's going to comment about some of them, he needs to be commenting about 10 that sort of are being brought up to him in a certain extent because we want this commentary on it. And the idea is to sort of build a system because they say, Navol tibol, you will welt. You mean like this, if this is flower, this thing that you're trying to build, this natural thing is going to be, it's not going to be able to sustain this kind of, so I hear what you're saying. There you go. All right.
It's right there. It's right in the book.
I got to share the love. I'm doing some reading
right
now.
It's right in the book. But that particular diagram is important, right? Because, you've got the head at the top and power is being expressed from below, right? And the authority, the inform comes down. And that model, and I have my differences with that model, by the way, but it's very close. Like I think it's only missing two little things on the diagram, right? But that model is really important. And yeah, what Grim is talking about is creating a hierarchical structure, right? And putting Paul at the top to some extent, right?
So
And I agree to some extent, but if Paul doesn't want to take responsibility for the leadership but look, Paul's been talked about this. Like, man, if I were leading, that would piss my wife off, and this would cause this and all these things would have to change, right? That's true.
Yeah,
it's a big sacrifice.
So where I come from, there's something called rotating leadership, and it's never comes about by people who want to step into the role. It's always placed upon them, and there's an understanding that it is a role that will fall away. Again, this goes back to my river thing. As we go further down the river, like right now, I think Van de Clay is in many ways kind of like this leader, and he doesn't really have a choice about it. But there's a mutual respect between us here and then our so-called leader, where we know like he's not going to say he's a leader. He doesn't need to. He also doesn't. Part of his leadership is he doesn't tell us what to do. Now there are other leaders. I think Grim is probably one of these dudes. I think Jacob right now is definitely one of these dudes. Now he didn't set out to be a leader. He just set out to make a platform for people to do what we do best, and he's leading right now in a very strange way. And so I don't think that it would be useful to have a concrete leader. I think that goes back to your idea of this brick and mortar. Like, that's a bad idea, because that would destroy this. Because if you have a leader who is a leader, you're going to have to actually start building up hard structures around it to protect the leader. And like, that doesn't.
Well, but Chad, I mean, I didn't mention one single, like, I didn't mention any of that. I just said that any leadership is a sacrifice.
Right.
Any leadership, temporary leadership, permanent leadership, it doesn't really matter, right? Like, and I understand the willingness to split the baby, but I still disagree with splitting babies. I think that, there is a sacrifice on both sides. There's the sacrifice of somebody doing leadership. You sacrifice time, energy, and attention. You sacrifice ability to trust. Like, there's all sorts of things that you sacrifice, right? Just due to perception. And then there's a sacrifice. You have to follow the leader. Okay. There's at least 5 different people I've heard talk to Paul say, I want to do something. They have perfect access to do the things they want to do. People have reached out to them and they don't want to play. That's the end of the day. They don't want to submit to somebody else or lead. And that's fine. But then you also can't do anything.
Does it have to be necessarily like, I think there is something to say about like being in a leadership position and being aware of that and taking responsibility for that. However, I'm still the opinion that this little corner is more of like the corner itself has its own sort of path. And while the leader could be sort of moving around that, I don't know if people here are looking sort of to Paul to give them answers, I guess in that sense, but more that this space is supposed to resemble sort of how that in a certain sense that embodiment could sort of look. We're supposed to be getting tools to sort of, I guess, make mini leaders of ourselves in a certain extent. I mean,
there's part of me that sits here and wonders, what kind of body can you actually build out of YouTube comments and Discord servers? And it's like, there's some cool stuff. It's cool that we can have, 4 people in 3 different time zones have a conversation in real time, broadcast to anybody who wants to watch it on YouTube. That's slick. But it's like all of this digital stuff is so ephemeral that it really can't have much of a body at all.
Thank God.
And so when I look at like if I was in Paul's shoes, I'd be like, I don't know. There's a reason he still wants to be a pastor of a little church, because he could really do stuff there, and he could take on that leadership there, and really have his boots on the ground there. So I'm just there's cool stuff you could do on the internet, but it can't be the solution to everything. And that's why Jonathan Peugeot keeps on telling people they just need to go to church, because a church is going to be a building in a neighborhood with flesh bags in it.
Yep.
And they're going to do stuff, right? But we've got to know what they're doing and why we should be interested and how interested we should be. Like, how much effort are people putting into these to these churches? And, you know, again, I think part of the problem is, and you know, you guys were talking about this earlier, really, right? Is that you're pointing out things like, well, there's all these people discovering spirit for the first time, right? And the interesting question there to ask is, why? What would cause that imposition, right? What would cause you to be in a position where you had to invent the word egregore or resurrect, which is a better way to put it, the word egregore from the occult tradition as a way of talking about this thing that you've been embedded in your whole life, right? Well, there's some sort of rejection there, rejection of the reality that every time you interacted with someone else, there was a spirit. And what would cause that rejection? Well, that rejection to me is caused by the individualism. Like, that's what individualism is. It's this idea that it's just you and the world, right? But it's not just you and the world, because there's spirit. And when people complain about, say, capitalism, and I've got a video on capitalism coming out today on navigating patterns, in case anybody's interested, I'll get that out today. It's got psychic space dragons in it. So it's a very special video, first time, right? They'll blame capitalism for their woes. They'll blame politics for, you know, having a bad job or getting, you know, or they'll blame big business, or they'll blame the supply chain. They're blaming all these external things. And there's some truth to that for sure, right? But mostly people are in the situation they're in because they're not doing something correct, right? There's a better relationship they could have with the world that would address a problem. And they're not seeing that because they're taking this individualistic attitude. And that's why they're like, they think, oh, wow, this whole idea that when there's two people there, there's a spirit is like a new and exciting and like fascinating sort of way to interface with the world. And it's like, what, I'm sorry, but really? Like, you didn't know that and sense that every day that you existed and interfaced with another person? And apparently they didn't. And so that's sort of the loss of this idea of spirit and that individualism, which causes the rejection of following and leading, right? Of servitude, because again, and it was mentioned earlier in the comments, to lead is to serve, right? And to follow a leader is also a form of service, right? And we've lost all of that, but all of that loss comes from this individualism, which leads to this anti-structuralism and not wanting to conform and not wanting to, not even not wanting to cooperate, because it's a little unfair, not knowing how. People just don't, I want to do this thing with other people, and they don't even know how to come on and into a Discord server and say, hey, I want to do this thing. Can you guys help me out? Like, they don't even know how to do that interface that I just described, even on the internet where it's super safe.
JoeyA.
One thing I do think the internet is useful for is performing low-level exorcisms on people.
Do it. I need one, bro.
I am not qualified, but I mean like the unauthorized exorcisms, like Jordan Peterson Paul talks about that. He's just driving the spirit of individualism out of people. And so Mark is trying to be an exorcist out there too. And these low-level exorcisms, you know, that's something that can be usefully accomplished over the internet, because you could at least broadcast an image and a sound of a proper spirit that you can inhabit over the internet. So I'm not like saying that this is all useless, because if I thought it was all useless, I would not be here. But yeah.
I'm interested.
Gentlemen, it's almost 2 hours in. I gotta go, but I'll let you guys continue. So, well, gentlemen and Shari, sorry. See you guys
Who's
later.
running this stream?
We are.
Well, I was starting it, but I could remove myself. You guys can end it, can't you?
I can.
Well,
There
I
you
don't
go.
know if anybody else can.
Eric,
Well,
I'm going to have
if
to
no
be
one else
taken off
can,
here
I'll
pretty
stay
soon
on.
too. Okay, I've got to be taken off here pretty soon. So if you leave, I don't know how much longer it's going to be going on.
that's all right. I want to hear from Joey at least before.
Yeah, let's hear from
in.
JoeyA.
I only was caught up. I was way behind, so I was only there when Chezi was talking to Chaz. Also, nice to meet you, Chezi. I'm looking forward to talking to you in the future, even if it's not right now.
Oh, good. So, guys, I'm sorry for I have to leave, but yeah, we'll talk.
No worries.
Yeah. So, look at this guy with his mustache. Let's hear about your experience as a leader.
Be more specific. What do you want to know?
What was it like to be the leader of the Discord, and like just if you had to advise a leader in this space, what would that kind of look like?
That one's tough. One of the strengths of BOM is none of the people that have any authority in BOM actually want to have any authority. That included me. I really didn't want to do that. It was obviously like meeting all you guys and meeting all the people who I enjoy interacting with. Super rewarding. Love the experience, but the actual act of leadership it's unpleasant. It's dirty work. The internet is tough because people aren't themselves. They're avatars of themselves, even in the video sense. Like, I'm sure there's far more depth to like Chad, you and Father Eric and Mark. Like, if I met any of you in person, you'd be a much more complete individual in person than I'm able to even get from you over the internet. It's like I've heard some of what you guys were talking about, but like what's important. But I think that I heard the part where you were talking about basically go find a church. I think anyone who has either the hint of belief or the feeling of faith or an untargeted generalized faith should absolutely do that. It's just an excellent place to start. I think it's important that we keep pointing in that direction. I don't think there's part of what's cool about estuary or like everything else. We keep using terms to define individual things, but ultimately it's just like, hey, we're starting to make connections, and isn't that cool? And I think the less connections people have historically made, the more impressive they think it is. But I do think that it's important that the online connection is not the goal. I think some people have a tendency to rush the outcome of, basically we're going to discover the answers or something. I don't think that should be the goal either. I think the goal should be pointing to more human, more in real life, more in your skin, more get to and be around people. I think it's important both where we're at as a society right now. I think it's probably always been important historically, and I think it's going to become even more important that people do these things in the future, because to use some religious language, like the stuff that's going on in the world, even without anyone doing it intentionally, and there probably are people doing it intentionally as well, there's demons out there now, essentially, that there haven't been before. You can get sucked into things. You can get sucked into non-reality things on the internet, on screens, that was never a problem before. And I think the best, prophylactic against that is more and stronger and better human relations, again, with a variety of people, especially when they aren't specifically asking you to do something specific. Like, I don't want to ever be in the position where I'm asking people, I need you to join this specific church, or I need you to join this specific group, or I need to have this specific politics. Like, I don't ever want to be in that position. I don't think I ever have been. But yeah, people should avoid all those pitfalls. I mean, once you make friends, once you do things individually, once you know somebody, well, then, then that random stranger who I don't know might ask you to do something like that, and it might be the right call. Like, Chad, if you met somebody who was a severe suffering alcoholic, I would absolutely want you to ask that person to go to AA, like, because you have experiences of that being a tool that solves that issue, that again can save that person. I'm talking not in the biblical sense, not in the religious sense, but can still save that person from themselves in many ways.
Yeah, that reminds me of intimacy, what you were saying, Joey, right? And the intimacy crisis is, I think, that precedes the meaning crisis, right? And that's part of the problem, is when you don't have these deep sort of multi-threaded connections with people, when you don't know there as many aspects of them, that's a problem. And the internet definitely makes that worse, but it also enables you to have those deeper connections. To Father Eric's point, like, it's a good stepping stone.
Well, there's a finesse to even like the example you use, like, if I run into somebody who's a severe alcoholic, like, there's a finesse. Like this morning, so I would never approach a drunk on the street and say, wow, man, I think there's a problem here. Maybe you should go to AA. I would never in my life consider that that's any kind of acceptable way to approach somebody. I think that would do far more damage than any good. What I found the best way is to keep my eyes and ears open for the questions that people are asking, and putting myself in a position in the real world to be made useful with the tools that were given to me. So, like this morning, I was at the jail. I have a monthly commitment there. I show up, and the guards call into the pods and say, AA is here. Is anybody interested? Now, people either show up or they don't. Today we had somebody show up, and I talked with him, and he shared some of his story with me, and I shared some of my story with him. And I would say, because he's there, he's asking, what should I do? And then I'll say, well, here's what I did, and here's what we found very useful. So in that way, yes, it's very appropriate. But like to assume somebody's an alcoholic merely because they're drunk on the street would be a very bad assumption. And I think that kind of idea can scale all over the place. So.
Before you really want to have an intervention with somebody, you want to have some sort of a relationship with them and say, I know you a little bit, and this is a part of my story. And so now you've got a little bit of reciprocity there. And maybe this would help you rather than just, stamping a program onto somebody.
Right. Yeah. I mean, even if it was somebody I knew very closely, and say, like, say my best friend's wife says, hey, will you talk to Jeff for me? And I say, okay. And I'll talk to Jeff, and Jeff agrees to talk with me. And then, but he says, I don't really think I got that big of a problem. I'm not that interested in doing anything about it. Then it is my job to be like, I get it. Good luck, buddy. And leave it at that. Because there's nothing that I'm going to do or say that's going to change this person. This is all, I think the best thing I could do to have, to affect our relationship and his potential future recovery is to say, I get it. I'm right here if you ever need to talk. And if not, great. If so, wonderful. So, I don't know.
I think the effect of positive peers is important too. Just by acting good in your own life and being around people, not to show them that you're doing good, but you're doing good and you're around them, I think increases positive influence and makes a better community, etc.
Absolutely.
I do want to touch on Shari's point. So Shari said basically, yeah, that she's known people who've lived their entire life before the internet without even really having more than a couple close friends. I don't think that's good. I don't think that's a good way to look at it. I don't think that's even like, obviously there's an exception. So sure, some people don't fit that rule. But generally I think it's so much of an exception that I don't know that it's even like, I don't think that's a healthy retort against the idea that people should have relationships with people. Shari is an absolutely awesome member, contributor, person, lovely in every single way. But Shari, I do think that your experience of everything related to all of our relationships and network is different because of how geographically isolated you are relative to most people. And I don't think the strategies and you also have lived a very full and beautiful life. And Shari's clarifying too that she wasn't insinuating that people shouldn't have relationships, but I even think I will go further and I will say that I think people who have only one or two friendships outside of family, I do think that's unhealthy.
Or maybe it's a matter of, like, if you're deeply participating in the world, you know, you've got goats, you've got sheep, you've got chickens, you've got vegetable gardens, you're surrounded by nature, and everything's kind of peaceful and calm. Like, maybe just a couple friends is enough already.
I think
and the quality of
I think there's certainly individuals who, you know, innately in them, they require less friendship and less human interaction. They're, you know, more introverted. They're more, they're happier in isolation than they are in crowds, things like that. I think if we were to look honestly at people, I think that, again, it's the exception rather than the rule, which doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with them. Like, it's just that it's not as average. And I don't think people are generally meant to be that isolated. And I think if you look at people that do live that lifestyle, a far larger percentage of them end up having very, very serious problems with depression, suicidality, alcoholism, other substance abuse, things like that.
Well, I mean, you look at historically. Let's look at some history. Then we just look at a family would have, you know, typically, let's say 100 years ago, or even.
I didn't say you were isolated, Shari. Like, you're reading this as I'm insulting you. I'm not insulting you at all. I think you're doing a great job in your life. I'm just saying, like, this is that. I feel like sometimes you extrapolate your personal experiences of exceptions as rules, and again, I just don't think it's the best advice. And that's my opinion, and I could absolutely be wrong on that. And you have a lot of wonderful life experience, and you've touched a lot of people in you know, ways where you've improved their life. So I might absolutely be wrong there, but I do think that it's an exception. And so that's the only reason I'm pushing back, Shari. I absolutely love you. I absolutely do think that your advice is good in most situations. I'm just disagreeing with you on this one, and I'm not attacking you personally.
It sounds like you're trying to reach people whose anxiety has them boxed into their house on the internet.
The majority of isolated people right now don't live in rural settings, at least not in America and Canada and probably Europe. Like, the majority of isolated people, and I can say this from living in cities and from working in medical establishments where people come in, the majority of isolated people are living surrounded by people, but they're the only person that they know.
Yeah.
The number of people with no friends is growing every single year, and it's growing quickly. And I think it's probably worse than, like, research surveys can even say, because I think that people will say that they have, you know, oh, I have 3 or 4 close friends, but they don't actually have any. Talking to medical social workers and other people, you have people that are coming in for major surgeries and they cannot find somebody to give them a ride to the hospital. And then the state ends up taking over, or someone, to all of his credit, Skylar, like, takes over. And yes, we need people like that too, to catch the people that fall through the cracks. And I'm not saying that anyone should ever, if you want to help people who are falling through the cracks, that's a good, virtuous thing to do, and absolutely do it. But But I think what Paul and I talk about a lot, and I think what other people are talking about and kind of sensing, is that we need to live in such a way that not as many people fall through the cracks. And so that's my vision. That's kind of how I see things happen. I've always described myself as somebody who helps the helpers. That just seems to be where I fit into society. I don't want everyone to be like me. Not everyone should be like me. Like we need lots of different types of people doing lots of different types of things to create a strong network, not like our network, but people need strong interweaved webs of different abilities and personalities and gifts to bring to the table. And I don't think any of that's in conflict with religious thought, Christian or otherwise.
I don't think so. Now, gentlemen, I've got a long line at the confessionals that I need to go help out with. And I have no idea if I leave this chat, if any of the rest of you can actually administer it.
Let's try. Love you.
All right. So I'm going to leave and see what happens.
Okay.
Bye.
Oh,
Hey.
I think StreamYard works that when the last one of us sign off, any of the admins can turn it off, but then otherwise it runs until we're gone.
interesting. No, I like your point, Joe. And again, it's sort of, for me, that's back to intimacy, right? You got to have connections with lots of different people. But I think part of Shari's point was, I think the equality doctrine that people have been operating under forces people to try to have too many friends, and you can't try to be good friends with everybody. That doesn't make any, then it's not good anymore, right? It's just, and you can't do that. And people have been trying to do that. And then you get no friends because you can't spend more time with some than others if you're operating under this equality doctrine. But it's cheap and easy to have Facebook friends.
I'm going to interrupt because you just brought up a really good point, and maybe this is back towards Shari's point too. But I think the people who are the most talented and most inclined to hold together social networks of otherwise isolated people, maybe those are the people who have been the most distracted by Facebook and getting up to that number of 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 friends.
Right.
I keep my Facebook below 200. Like, I believe in the Dunbar number. I don't want to try and have
200. Wow.
I have
That's
0.
huge. I'd be surprised if I were at 100.
So I was just thinking about this idea of
I've also moved 40 times, Mark, so I've met a lot of people.
No, fair.
At one point, we would have had a lot of families. There might have been a lot of kids in the families, and the families would have been in villages. Mm-hmm. We wouldn't have this thing going on here where we could just kind of hide away. And I was thinking about that versus kind of like what we have right now, which reminds me a lot of Ray Bradbury's Fahrenheit 451. And in that book, they have like his wife is so excited that the neighbors are going to come over, but they're not neighbors. They're people on screens who she's never actually met. And it's projected on the wall, and she's like addicted to this. And so we have this two worlds kind of meeting, like the world of the past where there was a village with families and families with, 8 people in the family, 9 people in the family. And now it's like there's mostly probably, at least in America, there's probably like families of 3, maybe 4, and like 2 parents and maybe 2 kids. And then the screens where we have not only us, but we have Netflix and as Grim would say, sex. Yeah. So it's a tough thing to contend with, man. This is because I don't need those friends out there. I can just get you guys. You guys can and I can leave you at any time and all this stuff.
Yeah. And that's probably not for the best.
There's a confusion too between that number, that quantity, that 500 Facebook friends, right, and 12, real friends, 4 of whom are close, right, and that's that anti-structuralism again. We want to make everything equal, but you need hierarchy.
That's different than what I'm talking about. What I was trying to point out, which was basically again based off of what you and Shari said, is that there are people who, being the center of a social group, that's just not their role. Like that's
Right.
just not what they want to do. It doesn't fit their personality, but they have gifts and they could contribute to a role. There's a joke going around about who's an introvert's friend is basically an introvert gets adopted by an extrovert, and then that's how they meet all of their friends. To some extent that's real. Obviously, it's a caricature. But I'm saying that I think that the extroverted people are perhaps more distracted by some of the temptations of things like Facebook and Instagram, and then because they want to have this hyper high friend count, and they're driven by that, maybe without even knowing it, then they're only interacting with other extroverts, and essentially people are getting left behind. And that's also true that people will always get left behind, and no matter what society is set up, or no matter how it's set up. And again, safety nets are good too in many ways.
Well, there's better and worse, and we're not willing to judge better and worse. And I think, but that goes directly to my point, Joey. Now the introvert can have a lot of friends number wise, and the extrovert can have even more friends. And they're not connecting at all, right? Because they're stuck in this quantity game instead of understanding the quality game, which is much more important.
Yeah, I'm not sure that the introvert is as tempted by the friend.
Oh, probably not. But either way, the chasing of the number, to your point, causes a disengagement.
I have something very ironic I need to say. We actually have a couple coming over. We're going to play some games and eat some Qdoba. And so I have to go inside and help my wife clean the house. And I want you to know that I love you guys. And I'm going to toodle out. I freaking love you, Joey. Come on.
I miss you, Chad. We'll talk soon.
Love you too, Chad.
Yeah,
have a great time.
Real life, way better. You should do that. That's important.
Yeah, no, I agree. Real life is way better. I don't know about this Qdoba better than Chipotle comment though. I don't know. That's a close one. Do you think it's Qdoba or Chipotle, Joey? Like which is better? What's more important?
I don't think I've ever eaten Qdoba. I don't even. Is it the same food, just different?
Yeah. Qdoba saved my life because I was when I was traveling there. Was I in Michigan? I think it was when I was in West Branch coming back from Thunder Bay. I was hungry. And like almost nothing was open except literally across the street. So I didn't have to drive, which was a requirement once you've been driving all day. You don't want to get back in the car and drive even, 10 minutes down the road. There was a Qdoba open like until midnight across the street. So Qdoba saved my life. So I will say in that Chipotle has never saved my life, although I do have one down the street now. So I'm very happy about that. Hey, Graham.
Hello.
I just went rucking this morning, which is just hiking, but carrying extra weight for no reason. I'm training for backpacking next year, but it's a somewhat miserable but fun experience. And then I was invited to a Greek Orthodox food festival at a Greek Orthodox consortium of churches, and that was, oh my gosh, it was so good. Really, really close friend of mine, his whole family they're volunteering or stuff, and so you go and you overspend on food and you buy raffle tickets and you support even communities that you're not part of. And that's, I don't know, I had fun, I ate good food, and I think you contribute.
That's great. I love Greek festivals. I'm part Greek, so love Greek food.
It's like I went to a festival. It was Greek. Ooh, Orthodox. Oh.
What do the Greeks have going for them besides orthodoxy? I don't even know.
Orgies, slave ownership. Have you ever seen that Spartacus show? OMG, that was.
I feel like that's a bit outdated. Like, what have they done for us lately?
Yeah, I don't think that's modern enough. I think most of that's Romans, but yeah, there was a little bit of that for sure.
The Olympics.
Yeah, they got the Olympic. They got the marathon.
That 300 movie was Greeks, right? This is Sparta. Kick him in the well.
Yeah, Spartacus was Rome. Well, Thracian, but Spartacus was. But
Mark discussed the Sevilla PVK combo.
I didn't even finish it. I just got the feeling, Grim. Your question was excellent. Like, why are you here and what are you doing in this and I don't think that PBK and Seville even understand that. Like I wasn't impressed by the answers so far. But because I didn't finish the talk. I don't know. I've been getting sidetracked with a dozen conversations. One of the guys on Clubhouse found Vervaeke, listened to him on Lex, didn't understand him. Listened to him with Jordan Peterson and Jonathan Peugeot and amazingly understood him there. And I'm like, I've been talking to these guys about this stuff for over a year. And you couldn't understand him on Lex, probably because of the cog sci. But yeah, it was fascinating. So I've been distracted all over the place, but everyone's talking about the same things, even not on our corner of the internet, interestingly, just to let you know. It's all coming together rather interestingly.
It should. It should.
What did you think about their answers, Grim, about why they were in this corner and their relationship to Peterson and all that?
Well, the Peterson character. I like Paul has his purpose, and he serves whatever purposes he's serving, whether or not they're his, and that's important. And I don't know that there's enough social layer development, but that just we need this. Like you said, there's a bunch of people coming to the same point. We're all grew up in the same elephant, and so we need as many different blind people with hands on as possible. Like I'm more, oh my God, this situation is way more serious than any of you understand. Mm-hmm. And I get to sit as a can breathe together, folk. I'm a conspiracy guy for it. Whatever, I will be as long as I can still be heard. Like that Paul gave me the agency. Because I pulled out the shadow matriarchy thing that nobody was seeing. That exchange has just changed everything. It's like, okay, I'm now a voice representing people like me in this corner. So I try to keep them entertained with what's going on in the headspace and see what we can build together, really. I mean, it seems to me that you guys are catching up. Like, I've been the Virtually Not Alone network the whole time. And, like, now Faturechi's launching a network. I'm like, okay. But, I haven't pulled together the lobster monkeys as well as I would like to. But, like, seriously, with whatever good way we get, to the extent it's distillable into a TikTok video format, the corner should be doing other platform outreach. And I don't know, I guess some of the people are making shorts. I don't know if it's like John's people themselves or what have you. But I will say that new Ben one is probably the best introduction to John that I've ever come across. That kid in the hat.
With the one you posted on the Vervaeke server?
Yeah. So.
Yeah, that's interesting. I thought that was a good introduction to all of John's mistakes. But yeah,
that's good. That's good. I'd love to see your coverage of that. Like that'll give us something to tear apart because I liked it a lot.
Yeah, I might do something on it. I still got to finish a video for Catherine and the consciousness and conscience thing. So I gotta buckle down and get that done. I was hoping to do more of that this weekend, but I haven't had a good weekend yet. We'll see how the evening goes. I usually do better in the evening, so maybe I can be productive this evening.
Yes, they suck, but it's like I can't. Can we at least do shorts about how shorts are like what? Whittling people's attention negatively on purpose.
Well, shorts are a good hook, and we need hooks because we need more people in. But I think, there was a good point that Paul made about we don't have enough introductory on-ramp material for people getting into the space. And like I've literally been working on this guy in his silly ontology room for a year plus, saying, John Vervaeke talks about a lot of this stuff in a way that you'd find really useful, and you should probably engage with some of it. And it took all this time before he finally did it. And you know, I don't know if it was because it was on Lex and he happened to be traveling to Europe, and then he saw this other talk with Peterson, right? But a lot of people will avoid Peterson, you know, and maybe with good reason because he's got controversy associated with him. But yeah, we need some on-ramping. Like I don't think that's optional. And I think that's hard. And I think shorts can help. But if we do shorts without good on-ramp videos, and that's what I'm working on for Catherine to some extent, right? So we do have to, but that takes organization and leadership and authority and structure and coordination and cooperation. And that's part of the problem.
I think as soon as on-ramping starts happening, and like as soon as people start making like, well, this is the stuff you have to know to participate in this conversation, I think that's a completely new and separate thing that we aren't currently doing. I don't think it's a continuation. I think it's a separate project. Obviously, it would be networked to this, but like, I don't know. I don't think it's I can't tell you if it's a good idea overall or not, but I just don't think it's a good idea in terms of like steering whatever ship we are currently on, which again, we're on many ships, so that's maybe not even a good analogy.
I agree with you to some extent, Joey. Like, but I don't think there's a certain set of things you need to know to participate. Like, I think
why is everyone so concerned with growth? I don't understand it.
I'm not concerned with growth. I'm concerned with if I have a friend that I would like to get involved in this corner, how do I get them involved?
Why would you want to get them involved in this corner instead of finding something that you and your friend have in common and bonding over that thing?
Because I see them as, I see me and my friend as potentially bonding over these ideas that we're talking with. But I was talking with someone today, and I was comparing it to learning a language, and I think that analogy has been used, where there are, the way it's unlike learning a language is that there's like a set of terms, and then there's 2 hour videos that you have to watch to get the understanding of what the term is, and then only then can you keep going. And it's like how it's not the most ideal thing to have to watch 2 hour videos for like 5 terms, because that's 10 hours.
But I don't think that this is about growing this corner so much. But what I think it is about is we have tools and things that have helped people, and we want more people to be helped.
Someone's got YouTube videos still on?
Someone's echoing, yeah.
Lost in a dream.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, it's gone.
Yeah, but I think that's important, is that we have a bunch of tools and we've helped a bunch of people, and we want to help more people. I don't want them necessarily in quote this little corner, but like maybe I want them to engage with Vervaeke or Peterson or, you know, or some of the other work that's being done by people like Sevilla and, you know, and Grim and, you know, and Jacob.
Thank you for somebody acknowledging that I'm doing work. I mean, I know there's not a lot to show for it, but really, the clip stream, if I worked it right, actually has some participation at the moment.
Right, and it's helpful to people, and helping more people is better. Like I don't want this to become an insular community where we just find our 30 friends and help each other. Like, I mean, that's good, and we should do that. But that's a separate project, to your point, Joey. And I don't know why on-ramping people means that they have to come in and like participate in Jacob's project necessarily. And I like Jacob's project, right? But I don't know why it would mean that they have to join the Discord server. I don't know why, right? And so that's why I like the idea of having wisdom communities, right? Where we're enabling people to start communities, right? So to some extent, something like Estuary, although amazing level of disagreement with the way estuary is quote structured or not structured, in my opinion, right? But something like that where people can adopt that and build community where they're at. Because that idea I really like, Joey, and you know that, right? Because we started that project, right, based on the Buckos in Space, part 2 thing, and I jumped right on it. I'm like, yeah, I want people to find people in their local space who want to participate around these ideas, or one or more of these ideas. And I can't, you could ask me right now, well, what are those ideas, Mark? I'm not sure I could list them all. Right. There's a bunch of them, and you don't need to participate with all of them. No, right. But you should find some way to reverse what you were talking about, Joey, where there's all this isolation in places where people have people right around them. There's no physical reason for them to be isolated. There's no material reason for them to be isolated, right? They've self-isolated due to individualism. But we seem to have tools to help that.
If you make, we're all familiar with the personalities in this corner. As soon as you write a whole bunch of terms down, and these are the terms that you need to be on-ramped, people are just going to invent a whole bunch of new terms.
No, I don't. But I don't think you need to do that. That step is not necessary.
I have 3 cents that need to come before I get here. Mark, say right again. The
left.
The onboarding thing the onboarding discussion is brilliantly covered in the video on the Griswold Grim YouTube channel, onboarding and on-ramping. But the reason we're having the discussion is because of Richard Maundrell. Because at Thunder Bay, Paul's like, yo guys, there's a village here. We have to be able to explain what the hell we're talking about too. And whether or not on-ramping and onboarding is about bringing new people on and bringing them, it's about being able to, it's products. It's you guys have been talking to each other for 4 years. What do you have to show for it? And it's well, here's my virtuous ecology of practices. Here's my army of lobster monkeys. It's sort of, but it's things are also exactly. It's it feels it's almost got the same energy as it did before Peterson came back. It's okay, like the Thunder Bay event infused that sort of back into what's going on, and that's why everything is popping off on this channel the way it is right now, and etc. But okay, there's 3 cents.
Part of it's winter's coming. That's always a thing too. Everyone who lives somewhere where it snows is spending a lot more time on mine because it's cold out. Yeah, I do. Hey, that's my pushback. Is I think making a community that's actually based around specific ideas and specific practices as a larger group, I think that's a bad. I think that's a bad way to do it. I think you're just copying the academy at large, and I think you'll end up being consumed by it, or you'll be consumed by the same types of personalities that already run the academy. I think I think the estuary protocol is, for as much pushback as I give Van Donk, I think the estuary protocol is a better path forward than, hey, we need to teach people all these words. Hey, we need to teach, everyone needs to get on board with these ideas. Everyone needs to know that, if I had never heard of Vervaeke, the only thing that Vervaeke brought me was now I'm friends with you, Mark. Other than that, I don't,
Yeah, I agree, Joey.
Good academic, his work's not bad. It was not valuable to me at all.
No, I 100% agree. I'm not proposing what you're speaking of at all. I don't think you're going to make a glossary. I don't want to get people in with ideas. I don't want more Vervaeke language in use necessarily. Although, again, I really like the thing I found most helpful is participatory knowledge versus propositional knowledge. Sure. Explaining that to people seems to open them up in a way that nothing else has. So
what happened is you became the person who could explain that to somebody. And now that's part of the value that you bring to the table when other people talk to you for the first time. And trying to get that mapped out and written down like, again, not that it's a bad project, it's just then that moves it to more of an academic project as a, hey, this is something that I know that we can talk about, and maybe apply it to whatever it is you were talking, the other person was talking about. And that's where, back to another thing that you always harp on, that's where the relationship happens, is the two people talking about an interesting idea. Like, going out and finding friends and playing soccer is good, but you want to score a goal in soccer, but ultimately the number of goals you scored in soccer was not the goodness that was done by you participating in the soccer club or group or whatever.
Right, but you still need those goals. And the thing that, you still need the Jordan Peterson meetup, even if you don't talk about Jordan Peterson anymore. Like, there's still a starting point, a dogma, if you will, although I don't like that term necessarily. Right, you still need that proximal goal in order to get around with the other people, to have some way to coalesce, to have something to coalesce around. Whether it sticks around is really not relevant in some sense, but whether the group sticks around is. And I think that there's a number of ideas that different people are seeing. And again, this comes from, bouncing around Clubhouse, looking at Reddit threads, et cetera. And you start to notice that there's all of this stuff is coalescing around roughly the set of ideas that we're already talking about. And some of them are ideas that Peugeot's talking about, some ideas Vervaeke's talking about, some are ideas that Peterson's talking about, some are ideas that Paul's talking about, right? And some are, ideas that Grimm's talking about, some are ideas that Sevilla's talking about, and some are ideas that Karen Wong's talking about, right? All of this stuff seems to be prescient in the moment, and nobody else sees that there are other people out there, right, that talking about things like ontology. These guys have actually been running an ontology room almost every Friday for almost 2 years. Every Friday, they get together and talk about ontology as categorization. But and there are very few bad ideas in the space, like Luke's, but everyone else is really good. If you're gonna poke me, Luke, then you're gonna get sniped at.
I thought that Luke's ideas had to be on Voxer. That was the only place you were allowed to have any of them.
Fair enough.
I mean, when I open YouTube in an incognito window, I get kicking footballs with helium in them, 6.1 million views. People who tried but failed, funny fails compilation, 1.4 million views. Cleaning the dirtiest Jordans ever, 37 million views. So maybe what people are actually coalescing around on the internet is cleaning up dirty sneakers, and we should, reorient ourselves towards that. I only bring that up. I do bring that up facetiously to make a joke, but point being, I think there's a whole lot of confirmation bias going on whenever I hear people talking about this, not just.
And it's so interesting that Paul is still getting 2,000 views each video, right? But
minuscule in terms of the internet.
But the point is that there's only about 200 people like us who get on these things and talk. So what do the other 1,800 people do? That's what I'm really curious about, and I guess they're just not interested in going deep,
or they don't know, or they don't know what's going on.
No, they're all trying to get those elusive randos slots. That's what they're trying to do.
Yeah,
Which actually, I think this is what we should do is, everybody else that has a channel or whatever, we should have a backup Calendly. So if you can't get a rando spot on Paul, one of these people's available. And then, we'll have to try to explain what we think's going on. And then that's a good on-ramp.
Yes, I second the notion. I won't run my own Calendly, but if we have a randos backup Calendly, I will man a slot. I could definitely do it.
Well, run a show on Jacob's stream here and say randos conversation available, and just do it right here, and just say every Thursday at whatever time. That's what you should do.
People don't want to be live.
The where is not the important part of that idea, but Michael, I think that's a fantastic idea. And if you or somebody else volunteers to run that, I think that would be something that other people can point to. Or if Jacob wants to volunteer to host it here, he could do that volunteering.
I do want to point out, like this whole, we shouldn't need a glossary, and once we make a glossary, it's something different. That's not what I see as far as onboarding goes. And what I see as like an excellent method of onboarding is like the last 20, like if you jump to the 20-minute mark of the last thing Chad put out, where it's just like, these are these people that, like, when we say this little corner, nobody like that so far is the best thing, I think, to give them an idea of what we mean when we say that. Is that last thing Chad just dropped. It's basically a documentary clip collage. But
I haven't clicked on that one yet. But
that to let people know, like, to give people that reference, I don't think it requires a glossary.
What was the last thing he put out?
Yeah.
What's his channel called? Is it called?
It's the Friday Morning Nameless.
Oh, that one. Okay,
Jess P from KC.
GrimGriz.
Dude.
From, I don't know where you're from.
That's fine. You know how bad
He's from Ancient Aliens. That's where he's from.
Your work is so amazing. I've been wanting to hit you up to help with the intro / promo for a big discussion I'm recording in December, but
okay,
asking people to work takes a lot of courage. So it'll probably be another week and a half before I actually ask you.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Tonight, I wanted to throw in a point because I probably can't stay very long. So, what?
For the ladies.
So, you know, I don't know if this is. I've had conversation with Joey about this, not recorded, but the whole point of bridges of meaning and this community for me, and even randos, like people that are trying to get rando slots to talk to Paul, I think fundamentally don't understand the spirit of, I mean, it's fine. Like, it's fine. But I think they misunderstand the spirit of what this little corner is to me. Because what the randos always were was people who talked to Paul, and Paul was the catalyst. And then we developed our own community. We started our own friendships. We started talking to each other. And a lot of those people, except when I got overwhelmed recently with work, I've talked to for hours. Like, I've talked to Jess. I mean, how long? How many hours have we talked to each other through Voxer and Signal? I mean, I don't even know, hundreds.
Yeah.
Thousands, maybe. I have no idea. A lot. And so it's like and I love the Discord chat rooms. I love this. But, like, you guys don't know me even close to how Jess knows me. I mean, Jess knows a lot of shit about me. Really,
I've seen you naked.
Probably.
And this is the one thing you wanted to get out there before you left?
Yeah. Seen me naked.
the 4-foot DP next to.
Well, then, to be true disciples of Paul, yeah, we have to also be accepting randos and then be the catalyst.
To that point, I mean, I think it's great that Luke is talking to people on here and forming friendships on here. But I don't think that should be the ultimate goal. Like, the people that I know that have had the best experience going through the whole, you know, people who I've met who have, like, moved on to other and greater things, or, you know, are still around but also doing greater things, that they're not just making friends on the internet. They're also learning how to talk. Like, they're using the skills that they learn into how to talk to people, how to relate to people, what things that they can talk about that are easy to pick up by people that they haven't talked to before. And they're becoming better conversationalists, and they're going back to their real life. And then there's somebody who can either participate better in groups that they're already in, or they're starting new groups, or they're hosting things themselves. And I mean, as small as dinner parties and game nights. The difference between somebody who has an average of 0 events that they host per year and per week, and 1 event that they host per week is 52 times to be around other people every year. That's a lot. And like, that's a lot of hours of time where you could be watching Netflix or playing video games, or you could be actually interacting with people. And again, I just think like at a raw physical and psychological level, like I'm not recommending it as a therapeutic or medical thing, but like at those levels, those are things that are healthy for you. Like walking is healthy for you, or eating healthy is eating healthy for you. Oh my gosh. We have the cutest kitties of all time.
That's my kitten strain.
Kitties on the internet. That's perfect. Who would have thought to put kitties on the internet? That's
honestly, these kitties are way better than us, and we should all just log off. So
that's also true.
It's like, no matter how right you are, like going into theater and be like, quit watching movies, you guys. It's a giant waste of time. It's so much more fulfilling to hire the hooker outside. I mean, but you know,
fair.
For those of us that need to be here right now until we get better. But yes, I do think it's important to maintain that, like, a healthy, actual physical meat space relationships are generally of higher value.
And Grim, I think you've been around long enough that you've witnessed people who try to point in the opposite direction. And that's really a bigger problem than people just not being to where I'm saying we should point. Like, obviously, if I'm pointing somewhere, that means we're not all there yet. But people who are pointing away from, you know, like, there have been people who want to, you know, split off relationships between men and women, the MGTOW thing. There have been people who want to split off your family relationships, split off. Oh, don't reveal your real name in public. Just be an avatar and live in the VR world, and don't ever share anything about yourself, or don't ever learn how to have those conversations. Like, don't ever learn how to relate to people on a human level. And like, you can get into these really nasty corners of the internet too, that I think like they want only to focus on the big philosophical ideas. Like, online philosophy bros are just the worst, because when they open their mouths in public, no one wants to hear them talk. I've heard groans when I'm into philosophy, and people groan, and they should, because it's, I don't know, that's me on a rant. Sorry.
No, I think, but that's sort of the point I was making, Joey, is that, you know, there are things that people learned in terms of how to interact with other people, and different people learn different things. So even in the Faturechi space, like, different people heard different things out of what Faturechi said, which shouldn't be surprising because it's pretty broad what he's talking about. Not everybody picks up on all the pieces, but that helped them. And so we want to do more of that. And again, I don't think that's a glossary. Like, I don't believe in that. Those projects have never gotten off the ground, or when they've happened, they haven't done anything, you know, substantive. But again, they don't have to. So I think there is a better way to show people how to interact, give them a way to do good interaction. And they don't have that now because they're busy rejecting everything that they feel has failed in the past, even when that's not necessarily what happened.
There's probably a very, very good way to do an on-ramp to the, you know, meditative practices that you're talking about. There's probably a good way to do an on-ramp to, you know, these other smaller groups and like these other breakout things that we're doing. One of the most successful areas of this corner, I think, has been the Writers Guild server, where people have integrated to work together on projects. And if somebody wanted to have an on-ramp to how to get into one of those, I think that's more useful. You know, and I'm probably being a curmudgeon about the, you know, these are like, here's your introduction to this corner of the internet. Here's who all these names are and like kind of what they're about. I'm probably being a curmudgeon about that. That's probably more useful than I'm giving it credit for. But I guess, I guess what I'm warning against, and doesn't even mean I'm right, but what I'm warning against is that there's this, we're all coming together in a single thing, and we all need to know the same stuff. And like, when you're bringing people on, you're doing a Tower of Babel project. I'm warning against that.
Well, I agree.
Well,
it's a good warning.
It's not even just Tower of Babel. I think the refocusing of our attention onto things like the writer's guild or preparing you for real life is a good refocus. Because what I think about what the goal would be of like an intro to this little corner would be, like when I think about it, the goal is I can now track what Paul or Jonathan or John are saying. And then it just becomes like keeping up with a Netflix series. Like that's all it becomes. So it's like, oh, I can understand what Paul Vandercourt is saying in his new video. And it's like that isn't that useful because you're not building anything. You're not building any skills. You're not building any relationships. You're just saying, oh, I can track the narrative. And it needs to be bigger than that.
That's what she said. I like what Scholar of Nihilism said up there. My hope for TLC would relate to our becoming experts on character adaptation, development, and functionality, and how best to cultivate understanding of oneself and position to the world.
Yeah, and I think look, I don't want people meditating, to be honest, because meditation, right, Sam Harris's meditation plan, the meditation's terrible because it's individualistic and solipsistic. But the meditation with a group is not. Right? That's a whole different animal. And it's one of the weaknesses of Vervaeke, in my opinion, is he says communitas 3 times and expects it to appear like Beetlejuice. But communitas is hard because it requires structure and leadership. And if we're keep denying structure, hierarchy, and leadership, we're not going to be able to build anything because that's how people cooperate. They need structure, leadership, hierarchy, and authority, or you can't build things with other people because they don't have a good way to cooperate. And things will emerge without that, but they won't last. And that's where people get fooled, right? Clubhouse was very much like that. Clubhouse sort of emerged and it was huge, and now it's almost completely collapsed. It's not gone. There's still some great conversations, right? But the things collapse without structure, and they didn't want to put the structure in. They didn't want to put the hierarchy in. They didn't want to listen to the users. Like, they explicitly rejected all this stuff. It's not even that they didn't have access to the good ideas. They did. They just rejected them. And it was that rejection of the structure in favor of this sort of individualistic, equality, utopic vision that caused the thing to collapse to some extent. I mean, there are other factors for sure. But that's the problem, is people get fooled by these things. They get suckered into them and thinking, oh, this is the next great thing. And then they move on to the next great thing and the next great thing, and on and on and on. And meanwhile, they're not building anything that lasts, and they're wasting a lot of time, energy, and effort when they could be building something that lasted with other people.
Yeah, but don't a lot of people here aren't interested in building, they are interested in exploring. Like, isn't that 2 different types of people? There's the people that are going to go into the frontier and find things, and then there's people that are going to want to like set up a homestead.
Yeah, well, and that's what I was saying about, I don't want more people in this little corner. Like, literally, I don't. And I like Joey's idea better. You know, the part of the corner that is the bridge, you want people to walk over the bridge. You don't want people to hang out on the bridge. That's no good. I agree. And the bridge is one part, right? And I certainly don't want anybody to hang out on the bridge. So bridges of meaning should still exist. Nothing should change. Like, I don't see a reason, except more people should know about it. Like, oh, a bunch of people came on here and went off and made their lives better. Maybe you want to come on here because maybe you can find what they found and make your life better. And to Joey's point, I don't want to build a glossary and say, you must know this, you know, or if you want to participate with this part of the internet, you know, the Paul stuff, then you have to understand these. I don't want to do that either, right? Because it's the same problem. I don't want to expand the space at all, but I do want to share what we've learned and what we know and what we have done and can do, so that other people can have similar experiences of those who have moved past this little corner and into a better life for themselves.
Well, I don't. I want to take advantage of the people that come here and build an empire. But as I build the empire, I do want to maintain a representative embassy in this corner. So for those that choose that to join the participatory information exchange and beholder projects, etc., like we still have a home base to bring back all the goodies we go get. But I think we're in unprecedented times. This internet hasn't happened before, and more than likely it'll be a lockdown in ways that we're going to be amazed that, like, if you use that, you can't have money anymore. Because the digital currencies mean that. And like, I can shake and be a conspiracy theorist, but most people are just trying to get by. And like, the whole system we have at the moment is designed to keep you as often as possible trying to get by. And then so that part is so bad, all you have to do is like cope and seethe and soothe yourself with distractions when you're not trying to get by. And to the extent we can come together and learn how to work together to better that and increase each other's agency, there's good that can be done in this corner. And that's so sure, if for most people, that if you're just come get better and go. But there is this plane of existence where like I end up talking to people like Paul Vanderklay and Sevilla, and who knows what is possible. Where this is unprecedented in our species, and the exchange of ideas is probably needed more than ever. I think right now the biggest hurdle, the next leap forward will be in like getting the right information to the right people, and because like first was like I need to be able to find what I'm looking for, but now it's got to come to like I need to be able to find what I don't know I'm looking for. And that's going to become from like, Mark knows me well enough that when he sees such and such, he'll be like, Grim's going to like this, and send it that way. And I'll be like, well, he doesn't have to pay to send that because it's not spam. I mean, but I think that's the next big step, is like the interpersonal communication. And we're kind of feeling our way around in what's possible in this course.
So in that way, is it a bit like the academy? Because we're sort of all working on our own little things. So we have our own channels or whatever. And then whenever we come across something in our work, we send it to another person and we say, let's talk about this. You might find this useful in your own work. And then, so I was kind of thinking of it like it's a hierarchical book club where we're all sort of reading the same things, we're reading different things, and like we have Grim's Beholder on top, we have Paul Vanderklay on top, and we send things up to him, and he like checks it, he sends things down. That seems like the academy to me in some ways, but it's like the academy without having to have completed a PhD or something.
Take the recent John from Thunder Bay about criticality and the synchrony thing. Is like the sand pile gets big enough to go critical and forms all these little things, and then when we're lucky, they fire in synchrony.
Right.
And like all the little channels are the sand piles, and if we all fire in synchrony, then like amazing stuff will pop up. Yes, Shadow Cabal, you can roll your own savings throws if you have the dice for it.
Yeah, I think Richard, you have a point. There was the fall of the Fourth Estate, right? The journalism, and the fall of the academy, and something has to replace that. And I don't think the answer is, the structure was bad. I think the people in the structure were bad. I was just listening. I finished up a talk from Dr. Tor, and he's pointing out that the origin of life science, right? Not the evolutionary stuff, which is different, but the origin of life, where they say there's a primordial soup and a piece of lightning hit it in the old earth, and then bang, cells were formed. He says, basically, from a scientific perspective, that is the most bullshit thing ever. Like, and he's citing all the papers from these people, and he's actually reading the papers and saying, here's what they say in the paper. I mean, here's what the paper actually says, and here's the reality. And he keeps pointing out that this is corruption and it's false, and they're lying to you about what they did and what they can do and what they know. And so it's coming to light that a lot of this science stuff, and he points out, look, you interview a bunch of people and they think that science is one discovery away from figuring out the origin of life and therefore the start of evolution as it pertains to life. Nothing could be further from the truth, right? This is also my point on consciousness, right? We're one discovery away from figuring out, we don't have a definition for consciousness. If we had the one discovery, we wouldn't know we discovered it because we didn't have a definition. Like, we're so far away from these things. But people don't know that. People have no idea. And that is a corruption within the academy. But I don't think you replace the academy, and I don't think you replace the media. I don't think you replace these things by saying, well, it's the structure that caused it. Like, that's the materialist view, right? It's not the structure that caused it. It's the people in it that caused the corruption. That's what causes corruption. People. Not that things don't decay over time and need changes, but these structures are not causing the problem. And maybe they need to be updated for sure. But the corruption is from the people, and we just have better people right now working in this corner of the internet because we don't have the bad motivations that other people have for whatever reason. And Dr. Tor had it was a great talk. It was at Rice University. I guess that's where he teaches. And it's called You've Been Deceived or something. It's really good. He points this out. He says, look, these guys believe that they need more research money, right, which is true. And so they say, well, we're pretty close, and if we just get more research money, we'll be okay, right? But that's antithetical to science, because what they need is new ideas but then people need to know that there's a need for new ideas in origin of life studies, because right now everybody thinks, well, there's no hope there because they're like one breakthrough away, and they're not. They need new ideas.
So what you're saying is they're two breakthroughs away.
Well. So let me come in here because I did go down the James Tor rabbit hole, and
is anyone else having trouble hearing Richard? Your mic is kind of like going in and out.
I have a bad mic. So
okay, no worries.
It's a little soft. You're going in and out, Richard.
Just letting you know. Keep going. Sorry.
Let me try something. And sometimes the AirPods work better.
Yeah, it just sounds like you're getting closer and further away, and it's not picking you up reliably or something.
Let's see. Yeah, I never know if the AirPod mics are better or not. I've been meaning to buy a microphone. I didn't bring mine when I went to college, and that was a mistake. But anyway, so I went down the James Tor rabbit hole, probably 5 months ago at this point, and I'll send you some videos, Mark, that were interesting to me, because it seems like that whole thing is a bit complicated, because James Tor went on Unbelievable with a guy named Lee Cronin. You might have seen that video, and that sort of confused the whole situation for me, and that there was a debunker type guy who he did a debunking video on James Tor, but unlike other debunking videos, I actually found it quite convincing. So I'll have to dig those up and send those to you. But I think that his general points are true, because you see the replication crisis, and right. I think you get the same thing with what's his name, the guy who wrote the book on decadence.
Was he for or against it?
He was against it. He was talking about how after we went to the moon, all of our science sort of lost its mythos, and we're sort of just going in circles, not really doing anything. I guess we're fixing that with Mars and Musk, which is interesting. Lost Dazzit was his name. Lost Dazzit. But yeah, it's like where do we go? And even with the origin of life research, it's like, who cares?
Yeah.
Almost.
Well, but it's a larger point, right? And the
Right.
point is there's lots of areas where we can now see the cracks in the science narrative.
Yeah.
It's not holding up, right?
Well, sure.
At Thunder Bay, right, they talked about consciousness, and this doctor came up with Dr. Mandral was talking about this, right? This doctor came up with a way to measure consciousness. He didn't have a definition. You're doing a measurement without a definition, really? And then, of course, his measurement ends up being wrong, like just flat out wrong, which is fine. Like but where, you can see the destruction of the science narrative as such. And I think, to the earlier point, right, we are filling that void. Like we are replacing some of that lost, academic spirit, right, with what we're doing here in this corner. It's not the only thing that's happening, but that's certainly also happening. Is we're replacing the academy because it has failed. And that's very much Peterson's point. I mean, he says, "Oh, the academy hasn't failed yet," but I say, "No, it failed like 10 or 15 years ago, buddy." And it's getting worse, and it's got a long way to go. But it failed a long time ago, and it takes a long time to notice these things. The Fourth Estate. I have a video coming out about this on navigating patterns. All right, the Fourth Estate fell like a long time, like 20 years ago plus, right? Maybe 25 years ago. It's quite a while ago. And I have a proximal time for when that started to happen. But these things take time to unfold, and they're being replaced. And we're part of that replacement for sure, especially with respect to academia, whether it's through replication crisis or no definition of consciousness, or, Joshua Bach's crazy talk, because he quite honestly, a lot of crazy talk out of that guy, or Donald Hoffman, saying science is going to resolve philosophical questions because he's apparently never read a single philosophy book in his life. I'm like, these are standard philosophy questions, buddy. What do you mean? Like science hasn't tackled this yet. Science is never supposed to tackle it. That's why, right? I mean, all of these things are just breakdowns, right? They're just breakdowns of the academy.
I have this idea that bridges of meaning is actually just building bridges, like, and the people in the community are the bridges.
Mm-hmm.
Like the ideas aren't the bridges, the people are the bridges.
Right.
And if I look at what people are doing that are active and that I know about, they're working on these ideas, and it's everything from navigating patterns to the Book of Job to Luke's technological babble to whatever else. Like everyone's got their own little, like, and no one has a degree in anything. Well, people do have degrees, but that's not like a requirement for anything that we're doing. But everyone's got something like that going on, and everyone could you could almost grab any sort of regular from the Bridges of Meaning, and they could lecture for 10 hours straight on something.
Yeah.
That's developed in the last few years. Like that's true for me. I know that's true for you, Mark. I don't know, Joey, anything like that for you.
I still don't think that the average person could lecture for 10 hours about something.
There's quite a few of that going on, and I feel like it's come out of the community.
Well above general population, absolutely. But I mean, doing things is hard, and the average person can't. And
well, I mean, like, I don't know, like the amount of time we've spent talking and rehashing, and I like Matthew Pajot, who talked about ruminating. That's what we've been doing. We've been ruminating together, and basically like just going through things again and again and again and again, and then we're finding like different aspects of it that's interesting. Like, and some of it you're just sort of like, everyone's asking the question, like, what are we doing here? Well, we're building something, and it's something that's like, it's both something we're kind of working on with, that we sense something happening in the world or whatever, but it's coming out of something that's already kind of in us as individuals. So like we'll see something like, why did I go into the book of Job for the last 5 years? Like I didn't expect that. I don't have a reason, but it like drew me.
That's the reason.
Because what?
Because you're a masochist. That's why. No, not really. but like something about it, and I feel like, well, the interesting thing is like Job is a bridge. Job is an example of someone that's made into a bridge, and he it's called a mediator in the book. He's made into a mediator, but I think that's what we're doing. We're mediating something, and it's getting built into us, and it's also like to flesh out this analogy. What is a person or story that is then not a bridge?
What do you mean?
So you're kind of giving an example of what a person who is acting as a bridge is. What would be the negative of that of somebody who's either not doing it or not doing it well? I guess
individuals, people sitting at home playing video games.
Well, Mark said it. It's the difference between being a widget and being a conduit. He said it I think it was when you were talking to Father. Who was it? And he was talking about priests and their role in church, and that priests started to view their role as like being a widget, like a gear, a cog in a machine, and just performing these things rather than being a conduit between a spirit and the congregation or whatever. And like that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about being a conduit for something. Like that's what I mean, like a bridge.
Yeah.
Like and I've heard, we're talking about like in the culture, we're like moving from one thing to the other. There's transition. We're in this meaning crisis. We need a bridge from this to that or whatever. We need to bridge back and get tradition and rediscover things. We need a bridge forward or whatever. Like, but I feel like everyone's kind of talked about the bridge being like some sort of idea or some sort of Platonic thing out there. No, like the people are the bridge.
Yes.
And so just like a small example, like the people around me, I don't talk to people about this stuff. And when I do, the conversations are 5 minutes long or 2 minutes long, shorter than that. I'll say something and I'll be like, oh, did you see the Chiefs on Sunday? I was like, yeah. So, like I just had an interaction this last week. A friend of ours, her boss had left her position, and she was being offered the position at work. And so she was like talking about it, and she's like, long story short, like as she was talking about it, like just like in my head is like Peterson, Vervaeke, all these different ideas we talked about, even like some stuff I thought about in Job, and I'm like ding 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 ding. I didn't say any of that to her. Basically what I did was I was like, oh, she needs encouragement right now. And I noticed that she was excited, and she was also like a little bit hesitant, and I was like, you're in the perfect spot. You should go forward with this. Because she was even questioning herself. She's like, am I being prideful because I want to take this position? And I was like, no, don't worry about it. You should be proud. You should feel good that you've worked so hard and that they're looking to you for that. And I like, she was like this kind of thinking about it, and she sat up like this, and she's like, yeah. And like you could tell the difference, and like I noticed all of that because of what happened, and that was like a short interaction with her, but you
gave her permission.
Well, and it was also I was like, that's an example of being a bridge. Like I didn't go into a 10-minute monologue about Job or Peterson's idea of conscientiousness and agreeableness and how you got to balance those things out, whatever, like I just saw how it was, things that I've learned here in the past 5 years or 4 years, however long it's been, and then spoke to it, and it worked. And you know, she even followed up with me like the next week. She's like, I'm applying for it. And she's like, thank you so much for helping me out. Like, the conversation was 2 minutes.
If she doesn't get the job, that's when you bring up the Book of Job.
or if it's some sort of disaster. If it's some sort of disaster, she's like, I should have never took that. It was terrible.
But that's the point. And I think there's a misunderstanding of what the bridge and bridges of meaning is. And that's just one little part of this corner, right? One little part. Or maybe it's the largest part, but it's one part of a larger thing. And the bridge, to your point, is the people. It's the community. And I think that Paul is one pillar or one caisson or whatever on one side of that river, whatever that river is that we're crossing, right? And maybe Peterson's on the other side, right? And maybe there's another connection to that same bridge pillar, but a different bridge over to Peugeot, right? Like there's all these bridges, and it's those bridges, I would argue, which are the thing that creates the meaning. Right. So standing somewhere as a pillar and saying, no, I'm a Christian and here are my beliefs. And I'm going to avoid using as much Christian language as possible because I want to communicate with you in a language that you can understand. Because a lot of people can't understand the Christian language any better than they can understand the fancy faturechi words because they just haven't been exposed to it. And I'm going to reach out to you and meet you on this bridge. Right. Because that's what's important. But the bridge isn't the person. Right. The person enables the bridging. But they're not the bridge.
No, I think that's the point I'm trying to make. The person is the bridge.
Well, I think that the communication between the people is the bridge. The community that's the bridge, not necessarily the person. The person's the conduit to enable the bridging, but they're not the bridge itself. Because the bridge isn't one thing, right? It's not like you as a person can't be a bridge, right? But what you can do is you can stand on the pillar of, say, Paul van der Klee's language, right? And then bridge between that and the Vervaeke language, and then somebody crosses over and starts going to church. And I mean, that happened a lot on the Awakening server.
No, I think you're right. I think we can, this is wisdom, right? Of applying knowledge to action. Was the evangelical definition of wisdom I was given as a kid. I think it's a pretty good definition, where we're ruminating on all of this knowledge, and the purpose of that knowledge isn't to spout it out the minute we see a related point. The point of it is to know how to act in difficult situations, and know how to help others know how to act. And I think of the fact that people from all over the world went to Solomon, to King Solomon, to hear of his wisdom,
right? Because
they knew that they would be able to help, right? And helping with action is important. It's not knowledge in and of itself.
The form of the bridge, right? Is that what we're getting at in the comments? There is a form of the bridge, for sure, but it's not one person. And a bridge is a construction. It's made up of many parts, and you have to want to be, one of those parts. Well, one of the other things that Vervaeke says that I really like is he says, we don't necessarily need to try to make every person wiser, but we do need more wise men, right? And that's to exemplify wisdom in the community. And I think that's right. I think that's deeply correct, because that's what gives you the opportunity to want to cross the bridge, is you see a wise man on the other side, all right? Or you sense the exemplification of wisdom, or the exemplification of a virtue or a value that is important for you.
Yeah, and if we can all go into the actual living communities that we all live in and do that, I think that would make the world a better place as far as I'm concerned. So.
I just want to say that I didn't cry. So someone
You
was
did not.
placing a $5 bet said I'd cry.
I
You
think
actually did
Jacob owes
look
us
up
all
real quick.
$5 now.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he owes me $5 for. I'm gonna demand it for. It's libel,
Slander. It's slander.
slander. That's it.
And I think that's where the confusion is around, what are we doing in this corner of the internet? Why does it exist? And I think to some extent we saw, something akin to a miracle with what Jordan Peterson was doing, because he's taking a bunch of disaffected young men on the internet and getting them out of their porn and video game addictions, right? And allowing them to turn their life around and solve what were previously unsolvable problems. And we want to participate too.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And we see something, and we all see different things. Like I have a couple videos on what did Jordan Peterson do. Maybe I'll do another one. Right. But like, it's just a different take on, maybe you think you know what Peterson did, and maybe he did the things you think, but maybe there are other things that he did that you didn't even recognize. And I kind of made that case to Paul at one point. He's sort of threatened to have a convo about it with me. I'd love to do that with him. I think there is a thing that he did that was neither, we'll call it the hard on ramp or the soft on ramp, just pulling off of Paul's video.
The hard on ramp.
Yeah. Well, that's
Yikes.
But that approach of coming at somebody and saying, you must do this, right? The David Goggins of the world, right? Versus
stay hard,
being nice to everybody. Right. And just saying, oh, well, you can participate however you want, whatever you want. Right. There is a middle ground there, because the world is not made up of binaries for the most part.
Right. So that was the video where he was talking about Andrew Tate, and steep slope was the way he put it. Steep slope and gentle slope, which is, I think, nicer language. But yeah. So that middle. What is the middle between those two that Peterson was offering?
No, he wasn't telling you to clean your room. He was saying, if you want this, maybe you could try cleaning your room. That's a middle ground. You're not saying do this, and you're not saying do nothing. That's a perfect middle ground. And that's only one example. I could point to other examples, but I think you get the idea. He's not David Goggins tells you to clean your damn room. And by the way, wake up at 5 a.m. And by the way, go for it and do this and do that and just do it. Right? Peterson doesn't do that.
Yeah.
But he also doesn't say, come to my church and it's fine, just enjoy whatever you need to enjoy and then disengage. He also doesn't do that because he cares. And he cares in a way that isn't either one of those two ways. It's a middle way.
Well, yeah, and part of that comes from the fact that he's so articulate. It's like he can articulate what will happen if you don't do the things he's recommending. And so he doesn't outright demand his prescriptions.
He's giving you a map. It's a map of meaning. Oh, you need some meaning because you're in a meaning crisis. I will give you a map. And how you engage with that map is optional.
It has an S.
Huh?
What was that?
Giving you multiple maps. It has an S in it.
Maps
of you need multiple maps.
I'm joking, but I'm also not joking.
No, but this is the point earlier, Joey. Yeah, there's not one on-ramping into this little corner. That's not helpful.
No, because if you only had one on-ramp, that's a terrible highway.
Exactly.
Especially those hard on-ramps.
People need to be able to come into the corner where it needs to meet them where they're at to some extent, right? They need to be able to find it from where they're.
Take a hard on ramp into a corner.
So true, though. That's so true, though.
That's what we got out of this just chatting. We need some more hard on ramps into those corners.
You can take, the off ramp of pondering into the traffic circle of thoughts.
Do we have any traffic engineers?
That's part of the problem with the imagery, though. It's like if you're going into a corner, then you're just going into a wall. So where do you go after the corner? Like it has to expand into something, right?
And
Yes, the parking lot of justice.
yes, that,
We go to the shopping mall of something. I don't know. I ran out.
Ideas.
yeah.
The shopping mall of concepts.
Yes.
yeah, and that's what eschatological ideal right there.
And get your Auntie Anne's pretzel shop of fulfillment.
And this is heaven. This is where we all want to finally reside.
The pretzel shop in the mall. That's where we ended up.
The JC Penney scent person that plays you.
I'm going to the
Ceremonies
Cinnabon,
of
guys.
friendship.
Have fun with the pretzels. I'm Cinnabon bound.
I feel like this is a GrimGriz video. Just
There will be. There'll be
About-
clips of us from Chad and Grim for sure. That's fine.
talking about
Well, okay, I really want to get into GrimGriz, his stuff, but I just stare at his channel and I'm like, where the heck do I start?
You don't. You go to Navigating Patterns and watch all those videos instead.
Fair enough. I haven't checked on you in a while. I should see if anything piques my interest.
Oh, I've got Space Dragons coming out hopefully later tonight if I
Space
ever get off the
Dragons.
stream and
Space
release my
Dragons.
video. Yeah,
I don't
Psychic
think
Space
I don't
Dragons
think
and
I've heard of this
Capitalism.
channel before. Whose channel is that?
Navigating Patterns.
Yeah, who would I find there?
You would find me and Manuel sometimes, and Adam from the BOM Discord. We've got a couple
And
talks to Adam.
Catherine.
And Catherine. I've got Intimacy Crisis with Catherine Wilson, and that is a great talk. That is really, Catherine's awesome.
Yeah. If your intimacy crisis lasts more than 4 hours, see a physician.
Well, you've got a soft on-ramp issue.
And on that note, before we get a strike on Jacob's channel, I'm going to sign
oh yeah.
off. It was nice
See you,
chatting
Joe.
with all you guys. Have
Goodbye.
Always a pleasure.
Yeah. Goodbye.
The Bridge of Meaning himself.
Yeah. How about it?
The bridge of meaning.
How about that mustache doing this?
It's a bridge
Yeah.
from one side of his mouth to the other.
The Bridge of Mustache.
Yeah.
Yes. So, Jess, what is your channel? Because I've never seen it.
Jess Purviance, Purviance. Let me put it in
The Mustache of Meaning, says Joey. See, he's still trolling us from beyond. He just won't do it on video like a man.
Yeah. Oh no! Yeah, he saw my my gossip about him.
That's right. That's right. He saw the gossip.
the
No,
mustache.
it looks good. It looks good, Joey. It looks good. Makes you look more adulty. Alright. I should
Whatever.
probably do productive things. Goodbye,
All right.
guys.
See you, Richard. Jess, what you got, or are we closing it down?
I don't know, man. We can close it down. I think it was a pretty good one.
Well, I didn't know if you came on for more specific reason and wanted to discuss other than where we went, but because I'm always happy to talk to you.
I mean, I just basically wanted to share my bridge thing and get that out there publicly.
yeah, no, I think it's a good insight. I mean, I've been talking with other people about that whole bridge concept and who and what the bridge is, but I think that's right. I think the bridge is, like Paul's a pillar, right? And I think he's trying to be the bridge, but I don't think he is. I think the community's the bridge, right? It's the people that make up the bridge, no one person, right? But they're all contributing to that bridge. And it's the community is really ends up being the bridge. But you need the pillar on either end, right? You need different pillars, right? You need Paul on one end and Vervaeke on the other, or Paul on one end and Peugeot on the other, or whatever. Paul on one end and Peterson on the other, and that's giving people a place to go. Because I do think Paul's right about Peterson brings you so far, and then you can't go any further. I think that's true, and I don't think that's a bad thing or anything. I think but it is something that has to be dealt with. And I always admired that Paul wanted to be there to, he puts a catch people when they, I don't think that's, I don't like that terminology so much, although I get the point. But I think that's important. I think it's really important that there is a continuation of what Peterson started. And I do think that part of Paul's mission is accomplishing that to some extent.
Yeah, the way the metaphor was working for me, the way I see it is that like Peterson's a certain type of bridge. And so like, what is he bridging? We could probably talk about this for a while, but like, let's just say he's bridging science and religion, or psychology and religion, or psychology and metaphysics, or something like that. There was some sort of divide, and he bridged that, and then so we were all able to connect those things again, and then Paul is actually a bridge between let's say what Peterson was doing, and then I don't know. See, I'm just thinking about this right now, but Paul's like that, and then specifically Protestantism or something like that. And then, but I think, even in my little example, like I was a bridge between, like, I wouldn't have known how to act, because I've been in situations where I've had friends talk about that kind of stuff, and literally I'd be just like giving like sort of boilerplate platitudes or something. I'd be like, maybe you should try it, maybe you shouldn't. But like, because of what I heard from Peterson, and because of what I heard from Paul and Vervaeke stuff, and because of what we talked about on the Discord server and stuff, like things were firing off in my mind when I was like, oh, this is a meaningful thing. And I know exactly how to respond, exactly. But I know exactly how to respond to this. And it was actually, so I was like a bridge from all this work that had been done, and to this specific situation that wouldn't, like, I was that conduit or that bridge, and it wouldn't have happened. And I wasn't like dumping information. I was just acting correctly in the situation because of like, it was kind of built into me, because I've just been ruminating for the past 3 years or 4 years on this kind of stuff.
Right. Well, I certainly think you're showing the way. And again, I don't see Peterson as a bridge, but I do see him as a pillar, and people rally around that pillar, and then they get there, and then from there they can go any number of places. And those are the bridges for me.
You can't see that, like my metaphor, how he's like bridging two things like that.
I see your metaphor. I just don't find it as useful as thinking
being
that
parts of a bridge, or that the community as a whole is as a bridge.
That the community is the bridge, right? That the distributed cognition afforded by the community, if we want to get all fancy Vervaeke words about it, right, is the bridging, right? And then that bridging has enabled you to have a bunch of skills that you didn't have before, right? Same way it's enabled me to have a bunch of skills I didn't have before, right? In communication in particular, right? And now I can talk about things. So one of the things I talked about my first talk with Paul, which is well over a year old now, for me, Peterson kept saying, well, I'm not telling you anything you don't already know, right? And that's happened to me twice in my life, reading Nassim Taleb and Jordan Peterson, right? But then the real breakthrough for me was not Peterson, because Peterson doesn't give you much more than pragmatic ways of interacting, right? So he gives you tools that you can use pragmatically for yourself, by yourself. The power for me was hearing Vervaeke, what I categorized it then, what I still categorize it now, is science of meaning. Well, now I can talk to people about meaning, and I can talk to people about what Jordan Peterson did, because I think that's what this corner is working out is, and here's this shining beacon of Jordan Peterson who did something magical over the internet that, everyone's looking at the internet going, the internet's bad, the internet's bad, the internet's bad. It's mostly bad. There's some good stuff, but most of it's bad. And then Peterson comes around, and, to some extent, Joe Rogan comes around, and Sargon of Akkad, Carl Benjamin comes around, right? And then all of a sudden, these good things start happening around these people, right? They cause good things to happen and use the internet in a way for good that it couldn't be used before, wasn't being used before. And then everyone goes, well, what the heck is that? Well, I have access to the internet. Can I do that? I think that's what we're all trying to work out, contrary to what we may be thinking of, right? That's what we're struggling with. That's what this little corner is about, is working out what can we do that Jordan Peterson did, or what did Jordan Peterson do that we can do, right? What is it? What did we learn from Peterson? And, I would argue Vervaeke is much better for this, in fact, right? About helping other people, because, Peterson had some pragmatic stuff, and it does stop at a certain point. And for me, Vervaeke's got practices, and they, I have my big problems with Vervaeke's practice and the way he talks about them for sure. But he's not wrong, right? There's a there for sure. And, you can leverage those practices to help people. That's what we did on the Awakening server, right? And so you can do all that. And that's where for me, the power comes in, is now we have a way to talk about Peterson and the phenomena, and talk about what happened with Daily Wire even, or with Tim Pool, or with Carl Benjamin, or with any other number of phenomena that's making the world a better place on the internet, which is just surprising because we see the internet as a net negative. And it may still be a net negative, but it's good to know that you can do positive things and change people's lives, in the miraculous way. And I do think it's a miraculous way that Peterson talks about, that he's experiencing. And I saw him in Charlotte, North Carolina, a few years back before the fake news virus scam thing, and it was wonderful. And you can tell that he's very genuine. Yeah,
I like what you're talking about. I see in like I've said this example before. Like I said it when I was talking to Paul about the U-shaped journey, but the example of Tony Hawk and what he did for skateboarding. So, and the one example I like using, he was the first one to do a 900, which is 2.5 spins in the air on a half pipe. And that trick, when he did it at the time, it blew everyone's mind. He did it in a competition, and it was sometime in the 90s. I can't remember when, but that was like mind blowing. And then after that, a few other people did it pretty shortly after that. And then now in competition, you'll see 14-year-olds do 900s, 13-year-olds. And this is kind of what I'm talking about, it being a bridge or a mediator, is like Tony Hawk unlocked that possibility for other people to like participate in. You see that same thing with like the 4-minute mile. So when they're trying to break the record for the 4-minute mile, it's like they cannot do it, and they try, and then eventually one guy breaks it, the second guy broke it like the next day or something crazy, and then people are almost running 4-minute miles and marathons now. Like what? So like there's this. I think Rupert Sheldrake talks about that kind of stuff as morphic fields or whatever. Like this idea is not new. It's out there, but like when. Like that's what I mean by being a bridge. Like you're unlocking possibilities for things for other people, not to just because like it's not just imitation, because it's like we need people to imitate for sure, but we need to be shown that things are actually possible.
Right. But that
to
me is exemplification or creating the ideal, creating the standard. Right.
Yeah,
and
I think that's what Peterson is. That's what Peterson is. That's what Paul is. Like doing these things, and then we're not just imitating. We're following. We're trying to follow exemplaries, or what did you say? What was the term?
Yeah, the exemplars. Right.
Yeah,
they've exemplified it, and we're modifying it, and that's what makes the bridge to me.
Well,
not necessarily just a pillar.
Yeah, because. What will I went into the book of Job, and that like no one else is doing that on the Shari joined me, but that was something that happened because like of what I saw in Peterson, what I saw in Paul, what happened on the Bridges of Meaning service. So I did that. Like it captured my attention. It spoke like interests me in like all the ways that Peterson talks about, like find something that like you're on the edge of something that like that, you know, when you think about what could I do, you know, it comes to mind, like what's something I could do. And then it's like 1 foot in order, 1 foot in chaos. I'm like, I don't really know what this book means, but I think I have an idea. So I'm like, I'm doing all that stuff. And I think, see, I just say all that to just be like, I think that's what we're doing on the server, is we're getting people to do that thing with whatever it is, like capturing their attention. So for you, it was like Vervaeke stuff, and then the whole navigating patterns project you're working on, and like, and all of that, like that's specific to Mark Lefebvre. Like it's
cultural cognitive grammar is what I'm working on.
Right. And you're not imitating, you're not doing a bad Paul imitation or a bad Vervaeke imitation. You're not just like going out and being like, just using his words and trying to put on a show because you're not doing an impersonation.
Right. But there's a pillar there. Right. And I'm shoring up the pillar in some sense, or being
destroy my metaphor.
well, but I mean, that's the thing. Like, I don't think one person is a bridge, right? I think that it takes multiple people to be a bridge. And that's that.
Well,
that's
I think this gets to Peterson's point about why the individual is so important. I think then this may be where we have a slight disagreement, but let's talk about it. Like, I think we do have these bridges, like the community bridges, like that you're talking about. Like the people are playing different roles. You know, one's a pillar, I'm a cable, you know, someone's like a bolt or whatever. Like we're playing parts.
Or the bodies linked together. And the reason why the individual is important is because if you don't involve yourself in the bridge, right? If you don't involve yourself in the bridge can't manifest. And so the bridge needs the individuals, right?
Right.
Because that body needs to fill that space, because there's space to be filled. And that's how they get involved in building a bridge, because the bridge that I'm building off of cognitive cultural grammar, right, is different from the bridge that other people are building on the on the Awakening server with Ritnar, because I have no interest in Ritnar. I'm not gonna. I mean, Shari was in some of those early meetings, so she knows, right? They were interested in that aspect, right? It's all exemplified in Vervaeke, but there's different paths you can take from that pillar.
Yeah, that's what I'm taking. Those are individual paths.
Right. That's the body's the community. It's not any individual.
Yeah, but I would say the small, because I think there's something like you can still have a bridge that's a single individual, and a single individual can still serve the purpose as a bridge. And then if you have a body together, they can also all together be a type of bridge as well. But the smallest bridge unit is a single person. And if I think like what I mean by bringing up Peterson's individual is you as an individual can bridge something. You don't need a huge infrastructure. You don't need a community, because you could have the world against you, and you could be the bridge towards something different. And then you'll be the exemplar.
Yeah, I don't think that's what's actually happening, Jess. I think what Peterson's really talking about is we co-manifest reality. In other words, without us, there's no reality. And that's in physics. That's the observer problem in physics, right? Without us, there's no reality, which means everything you do matters, right? But it also means that even if you're trying to remove yourself from that equation, you can't. Right?
No, that's exactly what I'm talking about, though.
Right, but see, I don't. That to me is not a bridge, because a bridge is more of a passive thing that allows people to go across it, and this is an active action in the world where you do something. What you do may allow somebody to cross, right? Like your example, right, with that person. Oh, this person needs encouragement and permission. And you gave them encouragement and permission. So no, you should jump into this and just get it done. And to me, it's like, are you helping to facilitate a position that she was in and a position that she's going to? Yes. Are you the sum total of the pillars? No. Right. And so, that's,
No,
where
I would.
I have the difference in the analogy.
Yeah. Well, this is interesting then. So, like, what she's gonna do, like from like the point she was at to the point she got to, like, I'm not bridging that. Like she bridged, like I was giving her. This is probably just getting confusing at this point, but like I was bridging my understanding from that I received from Peterson, Vervaeke, Paul, Bridges of Meaning, and then I bridged that to her in that moment, which was giving her encouragement and permission, we'll say.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that's an individualistic view, right? Whereas, again, I think, you built the middle part of that bridge between her two pillar decisions by giving her the encouragement and the permission.
Are you talking about somebody in particular?
Well, I was talking about a friend. Her boss had left the job where she was at, and then she was asked to consider applying for it, and it's a difficult job she's in. She's in like social work, and she was considering it, and she was like, I think it'd be really cool to do that, but I don't really know if I want to do that. And so she's like in this both like a little bit like I want to explore as well as I'm a little bit of afraid. So I saw that she was like in this perfect spot between those two things. And then also she was questioning her own motives. She was like, I'm afraid I'm being like prideful by saying like, oh yeah, I'm going to do this job. And I just knew that wasn't true at all. It was something that she was kind of getting hung up on. And I just needed to encourage her past that. But while she was talking about that, I was telling Mark that I was just hearing things like from Peterson and Vervaeke stuff and things we talked about in the Bridges of Meaning server, Voxer, or whatever. Like all these things were going off, but I didn't say those things. I just said, no, you're in the perfect spot. You need to do this, or at least take the next steps and see if it's something you want to do. And then I also just said, you should feel proud that they're looking towards you. And you should, I forget the exact words I said, but she was like kind of in like a thinking stance. She was like kind of like this. And then when I told her that, she like stood up. Like, I mean, she was just like, and I saw that, and I wouldn't have noticed that before if we didn't talk about this stuff like all the freaking time.
Yeah. So are you saying then that's how this space is affecting the real world around you? Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah,
sorry,
that's how
conversation. I'm just trying to figure this out.
Well, I just said the idea a little bit ago. I was like, the Bridges of Meaning server is making bridges, and the people are the bridges. Right. And Mark wants to say that the people are making parts of the bridges, or the bridge, both. It is both. And I'm trying to make an argument to say like individual people are the smallest bridging unit.
Well, they are in that, again, you fill the gap. And I think that this is just a matter of perspective, right? So from your perspective, you're the bridge, right? But from the outside perspective, she's got a decision on one side and a decision on the other, right? And you're providing her the opportunity to better understand that decision by filling in that middle piece for her with that encouragement and permission. And that, it's not even, it doesn't even matter what her decision is at that point, right? Because now she's able to frame it better. And now she's able to understand her role better. So it doesn't even matter in some sense if she says, oh no, I'm definitely going to try to go for this job, or, oh no, I'm definitely not comfortable with that.
Right.
You were able to give the last piece of that equation that you're both part of, and other people, right, and other things in the world, that allowed her to walk across those pillars or consider both of those pillars where she couldn't before, or couldn't see them properly. And that's more the that's a less individualistic view of the world, in my opinion, right? And as much as I hate, we'll say, objective material reality, it's more objective in the sense that it's less centered on a single perspective and more centered on the enchantment, right? The understanding that there are multiple perspectives. There's stay where I'm at, take on a new challenge which may be too much for me, and the person making the decision and the friend helping, right? So there's at least 4 things going on there. And the appreciation for the 4 things allows you to orient in the moment, right? That's navigating patterns, all about orientation. That's what navigation is. And that allows you to fill the gap for her in a way that allowed her to feel more comfortable about making the decision. Because it's not the decision that matters. It's her inability to even pick one. Because at some point it's just like, well, freaking pick one, right? It doesn't even matter.
Yeah, and then she was even afraid that her choice was like being influenced by her own pride or whatever.
Exactly.
And just to have someone say, no, it's not, and then just be like, oh, you're right, it's not. So now I'm free to make a choice. And then how do I know this is a good choice? Well, because you're showing these signs of like you're right in between chaos and order right now. But I can't say it in those terms, but that's exactly where she was. And I was like, oh, this is great. You're right in the right place. Like, keep going forward. See if this is the right thing. Maybe you'll find out at some point, you'll be like, no, I don't want this at all, but keep moving forward. Yeah.
No, that's perfect. And that's one of the things I say about Vervaeke. A lot of people on the Vervaeke server are like, everyone needs to listen to this lecture series. And I'm like, no, almost nobody needs to listen to the lecture series. It's too hard for most people. Just flat out, you've got to sit and take notes. It's harder than a college lecture. Like, it's harder than an actual college lecture. And what you get out of it is not practical material that you can use the way Peterson gives you. That's for sure. What you can get out of it are ways to build tools to help other people. And I think that's the thing. I mean, the minute you're stuck in a decision, you realize you're stuck in your perspective. Somebody comes along with another perspective. That's very powerful. And Vervaeke talks about all this. I mean, the perspectival knowledge thing, as much as I disagree with it, is a useful thing to think about too, because it's like, oh, you're stuck with a certain perspective and a certain knowledge based on that perspective. And you need other people to give you their knowledge, their perspectival knowledge, which is different from yours, right? In order to grow, in order to transform, right? So I think these are useful ways of thinking about things. But listening to the stupid 50-hour lecture series, man, forget it. It's really hard. Most people who even take notes don't understand the concepts. And like, fair enough. I'm not claiming that I understand the concepts fully either, right? So that's not a solution for people. And most of the people just engage with Vervaeke, just bounce off Vervaeke and feel they do spiritual bypass. Right? It's the people that engage themselves in the community, whether it be the meditation or the book clubs or we watch videos together, we have watch parties, whatever it is. Those are the people that I can tell you, because I see them, are getting help. And a lot of them are, have left the server since. I think that's wonderful. I'm like, Joey, we don't want you here. We want you to come here, get what you need, and leave. That's what we want. Because that's what we're for. It's not a store. It's not consumerism per se, but it's also not a place to hang out and be addicted in forever. And that's happened. So that's good.
Right. Yeah. So I'm going to bring Job in here. So like in Job chapter 28, so like the whole book of Job has this chiastic structure. So a chiastic, you know what a chiastic structure is? It's just like it's just a U-shaped structure where the different sides kind of mirror each other. And the way it's useful is because whatever's in the center of the chiastic structure is very important. So the whole book kind of has this chiastic structure, and it centers around chapter 28. And chapter 28 is totally different than the rest of it's not totally different. It's markedly different than the rest of the book. It's still poetry, which most of the middle part of the book is poetry. But chapter 28 is a poem on wisdom. And what it does is it talks about mining. It talks about men going down into the earth, into the darkness to go find the precious things. So it's like, and it talks about gold and diamonds, and it makes the comparison to searching for wisdom. So you have to like sort through all kinds of stuff in order to find what's valuable. And so when Matthew Pajot was talking about ruminating, like, I think that's what we're all doing together. We're a bunch of miners, and we're in the Discord server, and we're sorting through all kinds of stuff. And when you tell people like what we're talking about and what you're doing, like people are like, why? And you're like, maybe there's something valuable in there. And so there's always this sort of like hunt for the diamond or the gold that we could find within something. And when we do, it's valuable. It's precious.
Yeah, exactly.
And so but where does, so here's where I want to bring it back to the bridge metaphor, because where does that gold get deposited? Well, it gets deposited in you. Like it's part of you. And we do our best to like explain things and to talk about them or whatever. But like in my interaction with my friend, just because we need a concrete example, that's where I was able to actually like cash that in and use it for good in the world. Because it's nice when I'm able to explain things to a friend and someone understands it. They're like, oh yeah, that's an interesting idea. I get it. That's not the end goal. Like the end goal is like this kind of application.
Right.
Where it's like, okay, finally all the rumination has finally met the real world and it actually like paid off in a way that was beneficial.
Right. But that's the difference that I'm talking about between Peterson and Vervaeke. Right. Peterson is pragmatic. Here's stuff you person can do. Right. What he doesn't give you is ways to figure out what to tell other people. But Vervaeke does that. And I think Van der Klee does that.
Right.
And Peugeot does that. Right. So that's that layer of abstraction. Right. That's the difference between giving people meaning, a la David Goggins or whoever else. Right. Or Peterson and not providing anything and giving people a framework so that they can help others. Like that's having a science of meaning, right? So giving people maps of meaning, that's what Peterson does. But what Vervaeke does is give you ways to make maps of meaning. And and part of the problem is, and this is why I don't think we even want to expand this corner necessarily. Most people probably can't do anything like that. Like most people on the Vervaeke server did not on their own come up with anything, right? It's the distributed cognition that mattered, right? So if they weren't in the community, and even half the people that were in the community, they didn't get out of it what other people did. And other people transformed and end up, fixing their lives and leaving the server. And some of them just left the server and they come back occasionally or poke or they're in the text chat and they haven't changed at all. They're still stuck in exactly the same place. And that's because, you need different ways of engaging. And we've got a comment. Where's Tony Robbins and all this? Look, some people, motivational speaking works for some percentage of people. Is it 100%? No. Is it 50%? Probably not. Is it 20%? Maybe. Is it worth doing something that helps 20% of the people? Yeah, I think so. It's a better hit rate than AA has, right? And AA has the best hit rate of anything for addiction. So, like some different people are going to be helped by different things. And the way to make different things to help people is closer to Vervaeke than it is to Peterson, but also Peterson, right? And also Van der Klee, and also Peugeot and the symbolism, right? And also other things, right? There's a ton of other things. Some of the stuff Sevilla talks about, right? Some of the stuff Karen Wong talks about, for sure, right? It's a bunch of stuff.
Aren't you essentially saying that it takes a village to raise a child?
Well, yeah, to some extent. Well, it takes lots of people to build a bridge. And it takes pillars. And we have some of those pillars.
I see where you're talking about now with that pillars and multiple people. Yeah.
Yeah, and all of that's important, and what you do matters. To paraphrase Peterson, right? Like you're part of that. Like you're part of the bridge, whether you think so or not. And if you're not a good part of the bridge, people are going to fall through, and you're going to fall through, and that's not good for them or you, right? And so you have to be a better member of the bridge.
But maybe it is. That would be my argument.
No, well, some people it's going to happen either way, but I don't think you should act out of pure ignorance.
I don't think you should be malevolent. Of course not. But I do think that you shouldn't be looking for the perfect pathway.
Well, there is no perfect pathway. That's my whole point. Like, that's why you need multiple on-ramps and multiple bridges, because one isn't going to do it.
And
right.
Matthew Peugeot pointed out really succinctly yesterday, or when I watched it yesterday, in that talk that he did, that all the stories are imperfect stories, right? And
Right.
has to that's because we're all not perfect.
Right.
And so there is a tendency sometimes to beat ourselves up for that instead of letting it be part of the process that weaves this tapestry that becomes very beautiful.
Right. Right. Well, look, I mean, we're deceived by our quote education system. And I have a video on education versus training, right? We're deceived by that. And we think that there is a perfection because we're fed it in school. Oh, the perfect answer to this problem is this, right? We're fed that sort of garbage in school. And then we want to uphold that. And science says, oh, look at all this perfect stuff that science does, which is all an illusion. As near as I can tell, it's all lies. It's all deception. They're deceiving themselves, to be fair, but they're deceiving themselves. And in deceiving themselves, they're deceiving others. And that's the deep responsibility. I mean, this is why long before, well, a month before Sam Harris said what he said on Trigger Pod, I did a video and I basically said what I've been saying for years. He cannot be, does not have the option to be a moral agent in the world because he thinks he has ethics and he doesn't. He doesn't have a handle on ethics at all. And then he says something just absolutely terrible on Trigger Pod and tries to defend it later. And that's a problem. And it's not bridge of meaning. Joey didn't set up bridge of meaning. He set up bridges of meaning because he knew this full well, right? Different people have different paths. They have different starting points and to some extent different ending points in the moment, even if all the ending points are ultimately the same. And they need those bridges. And we need to build them for those people. And they need to know where those bridges are through the pillar exemplifications and say, oh, I resonate with that pillar. Like some people like me are not going to resonate with Christians in Christian language ever because we don't have it. We don't have it. You can use those terms all day long. They don't mean anything to me. I'm not listening. I can't listen to some extent. I don't have ears to hear, right? But when Vervaeke and Peterson start talking with non-religious language, oh, that's something I can really get behind because I understand that language better, right? And then, oh, my vocabulary gets expanded. And then all the Christians complain, we have words for that too. It's like, yeah, maybe. But if they're not useful to the person listening, then you're not going to reach them. And so you to some extent need to do that. I mean, one of the last Friday Q&As before Paul went on his, summer sojourn was with Manuel, with Iron Root there, right? And, I spoke up in the middle of that and Paul was like, well, that's a very good point, Mark, right? But it's the same thing. It's like if you want people to hear you, you also have to submit to using their language. Like it's a two-way street, man. And it's hard work. And if you're not able to engage with that process of figuring out where their language is at and what concepts they can handle, because some people can't handle certain concepts. You would think that they would be able to, but they actually can't. Like no matter how many times I tell people, guys, Plato already worked this out for you, by the way, they can't hear that. They won't go read Plato. They won't, even though you're sitting here doing all this work on an issue that was actually resolved thousands of years ago. And they won't engage, right? And there may be many reasons for that. I don't want to go into them because I don't think they're interesting. But what is interesting is that until you can get to their level and they can hear you, and like my buddy on Clubhouse, I finally understood Vervaeke in the Vervaeke-Peterson conversation. Didn't understand the Lex Friedman conversation, by the way. Understood the Peterson-Peugeot Vervaeke conversation, which just fascinated me because I never would have guessed that in 1,000 years. And now he's starting to get it. Oh, there is something for Vervaeke to offer. My Clubhouse profile has Vervaeke all over it with links and everything. And these people have been ignoring me for a year about that. And now finally he's like, oh no, some of the stuff we've been talking about, other people have already talked about. And maybe there's some diamonds there. To your point, it's already been mined, Jess.
Yeah. I mean, for me, like that kind of person that can bridge, they bridge those things like from one concept to the other, and it takes time and relationship and all that stuff. And it's interesting, like hearing you talk about like, I've heard also comments, and I've also made comments like what you just said is like, I was saying this stuff and you weren't hearing it, but then so-and-so said it and now you hear it. Like, I don't know what to make of that either, because there's stuff that I'm like, this is all in the book of Job. And then like everyone's like, oh really? But then they just go talking about it, and I'm like, no, literally it's in the book if you read it, or let me tell you about it. And they're not interested in that, but they'll talk about it,
endlessly. Well, they want to work it out for themselves.
So and so said it.
Well, then they've been told that they can work it out for themselves, that they're individuals,
fine.
And they're smart, and they can work it out for themselves. And now there's an adventure for them to do, and it's like, well, maybe you shouldn't work that out by yourself.
Well, here's the thing: is like like that whole ruminating process. It's a process of self-development, and like that's not quick, and you can't just give someone an answer for something. Sometimes they got to find it out on their own because they need to know it in a deeper way. Like, so like when you say Plato already did this, they're like they can't hear it because they literally like have to make a mess of their life in order to like figure that out or whatever, cause some sort of disaster. And then they'll be like, oh yeah, that was really good. And then they'll read Plato and they'll be like, this is everything that happened to me. Anyway, sorry, Shari.
Oh, I was just going to say, I don't think sometimes they have to find out themselves. I think always they have to find, like everybody, like you were saying, you have the experience that, and I think Mark was intimating this as well, that you can talk about something over and over again and nobody hears you. And then all of a sudden they repeat that same thing back to you as if they've just discovered it for the first time. and it's wonder, it used to bother me. And now I just think, oh, they've been mining, right? And they found that little piece of gold. And that's actually, Matthew Pajot talked about it too. Like he actually said he doesn't want to tell people what he means.
Mm-hmm.
He has a thing about explicitness, which I do too. And it's because I learned that, telling people exactly what they should do and have them do it, it's an automaton response. And it doesn't ever have any lasting effect in their life. They need to have a eureka moment, and they can only have that when they find it themselves, even if you've been telling them forever. Doesn't matter.
For me, you put the gold nugget down and they don't pick it up. Why? Because propositional knowledge has that nature. Like propositions are all in your head. Whether you get them from somebody else or not is not relevant. Propositions are only in your head. They don't actually exist in the real world because they're mere representations of the things we participate with. And so to me, it's not so much that they need to, quote, find it for themselves, although that's also true. But the way you find something is you participate in the act of looking for it.
Well,
and you have to do that correctly in order to embody it.
That's why I quote Rilke all the time in that short little phrase. And the point is to live everything, because that's how it's done. Right. And the key, I think, there is everything. Like, that's all the difficult things and all the good things.
Well, and all the knowledge. I mean, I think, Peterson really exemplifies this, right? When he talks about embodied knowledge. Like, what if all of our actual knowledge, what we would call knowledge, is only embodied, right? And whether you have four P's of knowing, and we have four P's of information and two types of knowing, which I think is slightly better. But there's a deep point in this idea of participation or embodiment being the most important thing, because that's the thing you're going to take action on. People, like when Peterson says, don't listen to what people say they believe, right? Watch them. That tells you what they believe, because you believe what you act on, right? That says that participatory knowledge or participatory information has primacy over the propositional information that you're putting out and that you're hearing from others. And so it's not so much that there's, vital information or important information or information that I need. Just because you need that information doesn't mean you're ready to receive it. And it doesn't mean it's going to have the right impact on you even when you are ready to receive it. Like, there's a lot more to pieces of information than people realize. It has to be useful to you, right? And Joey made the point. Like, if somebody says E equals MC squared to a 4-year-old, that's not going to help them. It's never going to help a 4-year-old ever, right? It's not. And therefore, it's not vital, because how can it be vital if it's not useful to them? If it's not even useful, it can't be vital. It may become important later, or maybe never, which is my point, is you know, a lot of this stuff, people are like, oh, we need science for transistors. No, you don't. People don't know this. No, you didn't. Like all of that stuff was discovered or discoverable without the scientific understanding and framework for what was going on. Because most scientific discoveries, Rutherford's model for the atom, total accident. It wasn't made as the result of a hypothesis and a theory. It was made by observing, because that's how science begins, with an observation, an accident, and said, oh, wait a minute, I was doing this and then this happened and I wasn't expecting that. Maybe I want to explain that. Oh, fair enough. Now you have a hypothesis. It's not the other way around. And we're treating it like it's the other way around.
Yeah. I got to get going, but this was really good.
Too.
I like this a lot.
Yeah.
No, it was a great stream. Thanks. I'm glad you jumped in, Jess and Sherry. It's always good to see you.
Yeah, thanks for talking about all this, Mark.
Yeah.
Good to see you, Sherry.
More participation in the bridge building. Thank you very much.
That's right. Mark, you're the bridge we need.
Wow, don't put that on me, man. I just want to
sorry.
be a small part of the bridge. I'll be happy.
You just want to be a widget? You don't want to be a conduit?
I'll be a conduit, but a small conduit.
Okay, I'll be a small conduit too.
Excellent.
All right, see ya.
You guys.